I was going to say good morning there for a minute. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our first long-term plan hearing on the 2nd of May. Please join me for the opening karakia. Thank you very much. What have we got? I have an apology for lateness from Councillor Harrison Hunt, and I note that Councillor Donovan is joining us on Zoom. Can I have a move and seconded thing? Councillor McClellan, slight lateness. Yep, no problem. And the mover is whoever you want to pick. Sam?
Who was moving?
Anyone like. Pauline, yep, and Kelly. Okay, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you, that's carried. We have received no declarations of interest, so we'll move on to our first submitter. Can I please welcome Paul McMahon from the Waitai Community Board? Welcome, and Jackie, of course. Now, before we start, time is of the essence today, and if people, submitters, get finished before their allotted time, that's good. But I just ask councillors that, because we won't have enough time if everyone wants to ask a question, that if you are allowed to ask a question, and I will move it around so it's no one's getting any preference above anyone else, that there's just one question and make it a goodie, because we won't have time to keep everyone happy. So please fire away.
Right. Tēnā koutou katoa. Hello again. At a high level, the Waitai Coastal Board Linwood Community Board is supportive of this long-term plan. It, broadly speaking, does get the balance about right. While we need to get back to funding renewals and depreciation from rates, the desire to smooth the rates rise impacts on residents is understandable. It's our residents out east, after all, who will struggle the most to absorb those rate rises. The council's not in a precarious situation when it comes to debt to revenue ratios or anything, but previous council's decisions to take on too much and underrate are meaning we're spending a higher proportion of our rates on funding debt. I think we should be frank with residents and ratepayers that if the council was to keep its spending to CPI, it would mean doing less of the things that they like, and it would constrain the growth and development of Christchurch. There is no free lunch, unfortunately. Running a city is expensive, and it's got more expensive, especially after a generation of underinvestment and myopic, ideologically driven retrenchment. As an example, the council never should have contracted out so much of our core work, and it is rightly in the process of bringing some of that back in-house. That's 2 decades of inefficiency costs right there. And one thing I think that would help the council would be to have a works committee with oversight of the program budgets. I get the sense that when there are cost savings on individual projects, that those savings are then put back into the program, and we elected members never actually see those savings. I think it would help to be able to celebrate the things that we do under cost, things that we do efficiently, and for the public to know about those things, and for elected members to get more say on how those savings are used. In my view, to have proper oversight of your spending in all areas, you need proper committee structure and one that is resourced with proper staffing, and it would also increase transparency to the public. And now on to some detail. The board strongly supports the Airbnb rate. They are businesses and should be rated as such. We also support incorporating targeted rates into general rates rather than into the uniform annual general charge, because that is a fairer way of doing things for low-income households. Yes, there are exceptions to this, but as a rule, the burden should fall on wealthier households. The rates remission policy change is not supported by the board, and we think it should be kept simple with as little red tape as possible. We have mixed views about charging for parking at Hagley Park and the Botanic Gardens, but think that these concerns would be mitigated by having the first hour of that parking free. We are glad that service levels have not been reduced, but in some areas it would help to build trust with our communities if they were increased a little. Increasing rubbish removal and weeding in our suburban centres, for instance, and increased backflow valve maintenance along the rivers, and regular lifting of the beach boardwalks along Pegasus Bay. These are just a few small things that would really help improve amenity in our communities. The board has identified 5 priorities in the capital program, with Pages Road Bridge being the top priority. I won't belabour the point, only to say that it must go ahead whether the government funds it or not, and we should tell Minister Ducey his bypass isn't as important as this lifeline. After a generation of decline, New Brighton Mall has a viable plan for its future, thanks to some good work by Council, Christchurch NZ, the Harris family, together with CED, have come up with something concrete, a really good plan, and all the Council needs to do is to fund the projects in the LTP to make it work. We also remain steadfastly supportive of the work along the edge of the Ihutai and wish to acknowledge mana whenua for their patience in coming to an understanding with Council to ensure that it proceeds. We understand also that there were some last-minute requests for additional funding to mitigate the impact of the wastewater treatment plant fire stench on residents, so please ensure you're clear that they have all that they need. It goes without saying, but that plant needs replacing as soon as possible. And please also make sure that the Marshlands Hall Trust has everything they need within the funding to produce the business case as well as the capital. While we've made a good start with the Capital Endowment Fund allocation yesterday, the Council should allocate specific funding to ensure that we have an operative integrated tsunami evacuation plan, a response plan, and that community is supported to develop their own response plans. We can't shall we write this. It could happen tomorrow. If we could do this also in conjunction with the coastal hazards adaptation planning, which would be talking to all the same people, it would be a lot more efficient and would save us reconsulting repeatedly the most consulted people in the city. Street renewals, even minor improvements, are valuable to residents. We would love to see more of them, with particular mention of Hay Street, Maces Road, and Ruru Road, all in Bromley, and Bower Ave, which all badly need resurfacing. The cutting of surf has badly impacted our area, and it feels as if a rug has been pulled out from underneath our feet. I'd like to make special mention of Lyon and Halbert street renewals, which are over 15 years behind schedule. There are significant drainage issues and coal tar that need removing, as well as challenges of intensification above old infrastructure. It'd be great to see these streets high up the renewals program, since we couldn't afford to fund it with our CRAF allocation. It is disappointing that we don't have a major cycle route out east yet, and we ask that you allocate $100,000 or so to fund the planning of the Otakaro Avon major cycle route, so that our residents can reap the benefits of the network too. Otherwise, they're locked out. The top concern of residents in the What Matters Most consultation was flooding, and so I finished asking you to ensure that the stormwater management plans and associated works are progressed as soon as possible. Last time I looked, and this may have changed, there was a $40 million reduction in stormwater and flood protection. So now that the consenting issues water takes has been sorted with ECAN, there should be no delay. Sea level rise is real, and it is coming. Next time there's a high tide and a 0.4 metre storm surge, we'll know. And finally, the board loves libraries and our library network, and the people who work in it are gifts that we all benefit from. Public libraries are valuable spaces where all of us, no matter who we are, no matter how much money we have or where we live across the city, we can access on the basis that we are citizens of this great city for zero cost. They're places where we all belong and all cohere together. So thank you, and very happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. We've got time for a couple of questions if anyone would like to ask. You've done, Councillor Johansson.
Oh yeah, thank you. So in regards to the LTP, do you think there's sufficient information for people to have made submissions around the costs of the CRAF projects or the street renewals?
Well, yeah, the information has been changing. It's been a rolling wall of changes, so there are no. But I don't blame staff for that. It's been difficult for all of us, I think.
Right. So would you support council bringing forward some of the program level budgets?
One. That's it. Councillor Coker.
You've got the comment there about low-income families struggling to dispose of waste. Are you talking about like large items that have to take to the dump that cost a lot to?
Yeah. So when I don't have a truck or anything, but I have a small car with a tow bar. When I need to take stuff to the dump, I hire a trailer and I put stuff on a trailer and I take it to the dump. But that's you're talking almost $50 sometimes, and sometimes more. Like I've done a lot of door knocking. There are a lot of households that cannot afford to do that, and there's a lot of rubbish that they struggle to dispose of.
Okay. Kelly?
Thanks for a fantastic, positive endorsement of council. The one issue that is above all others, what would you say? The Pages Road Bridge?
That's our priority, Pages Road Bridge. It's essential.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you for your submission. You've mentioned that you'd rather not see council borrow 93 million over the next 10 years to fund the renewals by borrowing for that section that we currently rate for. Now that's been baked in, so if we don't take the option of borrowing for that portion of the renewals, the rates will increase by 1.8. Have you got a comment there? Would you rather see a rate increase or borrowing for another couple of years?
No, I didn't make a comment in the written submission, but I do think that I understand the choice. It's just that the council and the public need to be aware that that's a choice that's been made, and there are other options. But I think given the cost of living, it's preferable to do what you've done, but it has an opportunity cost.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. It was gold.
Thank you.
Good on you. Next, we have Jason from Fendalton-Waimairi-Harewood. Canberra. Yep. More flat. The recently retired.
Okay,
Good to see you again.
thanks. Thank you so much. Yesterday was very special. All right. Okay, we're starting. Tēnā koutou katoa. So, kia ora everyone. On behalf of the Submissions Committee for the Waimero Fendalton-Waimairi-Harewood Community Board, we'd like to take a moment to express our gratitude. The effort and dedication invested by every member of this council and the hard-working staff in shaping the draft LTP cannot be overstated. We appreciate that a lot of effort, time, and energy has gone into the draft of this LTP, and we understand that everyone involved in this process contributes from a place with the intention to provide a foundation that roadmaps a brighter future for Ōtautahi Christchurch. However, how we get there is different for everyone. It's our role as elected members of our community to represent the views of our community. And please note, our feedback are not criticisms, but reflections from what we've heard through our community. And so we must also thank the incredible staff and governance team that support our board with assisting us with engagement sessions with residents, workshops, and the ongoing support the team provide to help us put together this submission. We gather that the written submission that we provided has been read. So this presentation is an opportunity for us to highlight and reiterate some of these key points from the written submission. So, and in no particular order, theme 1, regret over lack of service level review. While we acknowledge the effort invested in the draft LTP, we must express our regret over the oversight and not delving deeper into assessing service levels to identify potential cost-saving measures. In a climate of escalating living costs and palpable financial strain for many residents, it is imperative that we leave no stone unturned. The absence of a comprehensive review raises concerns about the balance of the plan and its implications for our community's well-being. Moving forward, we emphasise the importance of conducting the required analysis to ensure that our financial decisions are informed and equitable for all stakeholders.
Our second theme, concern over the proposed rates increase. So we share a concern over the substantial proposed rates increase outlined in the draft LTP. Given the significant financial challenges confronting both the council and our residents, difficult decisions must be made with prudence and foresight. The absence of a comprehensive review of service levels is a missed opportunity, as it could have potentially unearthed avenues for cost savings and efficiencies. We must reassess our approach to strike a balance between maintaining essential services and infrastructure while alleviating the financial strain on residents. Exploring alternative solutions and avenues for cost reduction should be prioritised to ensure a more equitable and sustainable outcome for all our stakeholders involved.
Theme 3, emphasis on transparency and accountability. So transparency and accountability are foundational principles in our governance. We must ensure that every decision reflects the needs and expectations of our community. The lack of clarity surrounding operational spending and resource allocation raises concerns about the inefficiency and misalignment with community priorities. Conducting a thorough levels of service review could not only have provided opportunities to optimise operational spending and allocate resources where they can deliver the greatest value for our community, but would put more trust back into council too. Specific concerns such as the lack of maintenance budgets for certain assets highlight the need for a more nuanced approach to resource allocation that addresses community expectations and priorities. And one of the examples that we put in our written submission is around the sculptures throughout the Northwood area.
Urgency of essential projects. So as a board, we appreciate that submitting on the draft LTP is not an opportunity to provide a Christmas wish list, especially as we know that for every project we ask, this has a direct hit on the ratepayer and its residents in our ward that get hit hardest with rates. However, we cannot overlook some of the essential projects that have been removed from the LTP. One project is the Sawyers Arms Greers Northcote intersection improvement project, which has been removed. This intersection is dysfunctional in its current state, and improvements have been promised to the community for a number of years. The board highlights that 14 transport projects within our ward have been removed from the LTP. Of those, this is the one we are most concerned about retaining.
Theme 5 is importance of evidence-based decision making. So in all our endeavours, we must adhere to evidence-based decision making. Transparent and robust evidence is essential to justify investments and ensure that resources are allocated effectively to address community needs and priorities. And in the feedback sought, there were specific questions regarding reviewing levels of service and changing aspects of the capital program and spending. As explained above, it's difficult to answer this question when a thorough review was not undertaken.
The suggested climate fund. We were confused why the council was asking us whether we supported adding funding for climate change when this was listed as the council's top priority. We'd assumed this would already be included. However, we have some concerns about a specific fund around specifically around transparency and accountability. Clear criteria for fund utilisation and robust mechanisms for oversight are essential to ensure that the fund effectively safeguards council assets and addresses emerging climate-related issues. As the fund suggests, there isn't specifics on how much the fund would be, who would be eligible, how this fund would impact other projects, so more information on this would be needed.
Theme 7, caution in financial planning. So lastly, we just advise a bit of caution around the financial planning, particularly in bringing forward funding for projects such as the Coastal Adaptation Planning Program. So while we recognise the importance of supporting communities in need facing the threat of climate change, it is crucial that we proceed with clarity and foresight, understanding the infrastructure required, its associated costs, and effective planning around this are paramount. This not only ensures the fiscal responsibility of the council, but also provides peace of mind for residents impacted by climate-related challenges.
Balancing immediate needs with long-term returns on investment is critical in this regard. We must explore alternative avenues such as some suggested property sales to free up capital and reduce operating costs. By doing so, we can ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for our community while effectively addressing the challenges posed by climate change. This approach allows us to fulfill our duty to both current and future generations, safeguarding our community's resilience and well-being in the face of uncertainty. In conclusion, the board reaffirms its commitment to serving our community with transparency, accountability and foresight. Together, let us navigate these challenges with resolve and determination, guided by the principles of good governance and the collective well-being of our community. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share some of the key points from our submission.
Thank you very much. Sarah, please.
Kia ora, thanks so much for that. I'm just wondering, you mentioned several times about the level of service review and a concern that it kind of hadn't been done. Did you get given access to, I mean, they were all online, all of the workshops, the public workshops that councillors did had large agendas attached which had all of the details of the levels of service and the proposed changes in those? Were you made aware of those at the time?
We were aware that those conversations were had. The community feedback that we got was that the rates levels that are being proposed didn't go far enough, so that they were more interested in hearing about further things the council could do to make savings other than those that were already that have been put forward.
Yeah, you just said just all the documents those were public. So
Yeah. Go Sam.
I was probably just to clarify that one. So, was your point around that was just around your expectation was the council would look at. You're disappointed the council didn't look into that to then provide the information to the community.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
We've got another minute. You've had one. Yep. Tyro.
Thanks for that. Really clear. The just on the you mentioned the sculptures in Northwood. I was a little bit confused. Was that you want more maintenance on all of those sculptures or less?
Yeah, so that's just an example which we've come across where with some of the developments that happen around town when these assets get handed over from the developer to the council, depending on the type of features or elements that have been put in by the developer, they're not included on the maintenance schedules at council. So just with those as a small example, we're concerned that there might be other assets or other assets that have been handed over to council that aren't on those schedules that are either deteriorating or need maintenance but aren't actually being captured in that.
Right. Would maintaining those?
Yep, we're all good.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, mate. It gets dark at 9 o'clock. Okay. Thank you very much for your submission. Brilliant. Good to see you again. Okay, so Banks Peninsula, please. Lynn and Nigel.
Sitting in this seat today. Right, I'm in charge of the buttons today, so that's new. Okay.
Very important job.
Yes. Tēnā koutou katoa, everyone. Ko Lynn Leslie Toko Ingoa. I'm the chair of the Banks Peninsula Community Board, and this is Nigel Harrison. He's the deputy chair. Lovely to be here today. Today we're here with one question, really, and the rest of our talk is just detail on this one important question. How do we keep our communities healthy, long-term, longer than a political term, with the increasing costs of natural disasters, the costs being financial and social costs, and the unfolding degradation of our water systems? This is the question we have heard from our community over and over, and what they want us to prioritise in the search for the answers of what matters most. Firstly, proactive planning for climate change, flooding mitigation and improving infrastructure to support community resilience is an overarching priority for us. Not just how well we bounce back from extreme weather events or natural disasters, but how we prevent such negative impacts of these events. It affects every aspect of our work, goals and direction. We support work to work faster in identifying these areas and the most vulnerable areas and help with mitigating against negative impacts. We want to highlight initiatives like the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Plan, the Little River Flooding Mitigation Group and the Civil Defence Emergency Management as examples that we need to bolster and contribute more to. We've also heard from our people that a focus on protecting and enhancing biodiversity and maintaining healthy harbours and bays is very important. There is a trickle-down effect in having a healthier ecosystem. Investment in this area is paid back with a generous dividend of healthier water, healthier land, and long-term health for our people. With a bit of ingenuity and investment in biodiversity, It can even help mitigate against the impacts of natural disasters. Through the destination management plan process, we also heard, again, the importance of balancing tourism opportunities with social, cultural, economic and environmental values through regenerative tourism. We have to make sure tourism works for us by protecting our natural environment and our heritage, and then our communities can thrive and be generous hosts that they are.
Banks Peninsula is a place of both cultural and historical significance. There is no better place to tell the story of early New Zealand than the Peninsula. The Board supports the maintaining and continued support of the historical aspects of Banks Peninsula, including but not limited to Takapaniki, Akaroa, Cairns Bay and Littleton museums. With the change in the school syllabus, Banks Peninsula has been increasing in the number of schools using the local museums to tell the early history of New Zealand. We also see the need to promote good social and physical connections for our communities. This includes supporting local organisations and initiatives that reduce isolation and build connected communities, as well as investing in facilities and assets that bring our community together. In terms of operational expenditure, the Board believes savings can be made by using Banks Peninsula-based contractors for repairs and maintenance and capital program works. We also encourage increased investment in climate resilience to save on OPEX spending. Regarding capital expenditure, we recognise the significant water supply and infrastructure projects on Banks Peninsula, which will provide reliable and safe drinking water for our communities. The Board would like to see a project document developed and implemented that has considered the impact of coastal inundation on and any council proposed projects. We seek reassurance that our remarkable local reserve committees will be funded and supported beyond FY 25 and 26 with a dedicated Lyon budget. We also ask Council to seriously consider bringing forward Project 57808, devotional water supply membrane filtration, to save money and stop carting truckloads of water.
We ask Council to consider accelerating the Coastal Hazard Adaptation Program and support other agencies, projects and groups working in this area. To bring forward Project 57808, devotional water supply membrane filtration, and as is hinted in this photo of a road in Tumbledown Bay, completing some imperative minor safety works on unsealed roads to make them safer. And in all of this, we see the logic of using peninsula-based local contractors for repairs and maintenance. By addressing these asks, we can strengthen community resilience, protect our environment, and support local economic and social growth. And in all of this, we need to answer our main question: how do we keep our community healthy long term with the increasing costs of natural disasters in our communities and look after our water systems? Thank you for your time today. We're happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Anyone? Torrin?
Thank you, Lynn and Nigel. Good to see you. Just in terms of the broad sort of topic of community resilience and climate change, like along State Highway 75 all the way through from Otakaro to Akaroa, I would say. Last winter we saw slips across the road, flooding, Otakaro, there's flooding and problems in Little River and that sort of stuff. And I know you've sort of touched on that, but given that it's such a vital lifeline to get to Akaroa, what are the things that we need to support in order to make sure that, you know, I know it's a Wakakotahi state highway, but, you know, like what can council do? Yeah, well, interagency relationships are very important. Just supporting those groups that are already doing good work. So, it's, you know, the Little River Flooding Mitigation Group is starting to do some amazing work that can be replicated throughout the communities because it's got so many agencies involved, including ECAN and the Runanga and Wakakotahi, plus, you know, local community groups like the Little River Wairewa Community Trust. All feeding into that, doing some good work and actually making progress and getting data back very soon in regards to scoping work that's being done. So that can be replicated in so many areas. It's just a matter of, you know, we've got all those relationships there. We just need funding, basically. Yeah.
Can I quickly say something to that too? make sure the wharfs are all usable. We might be needing them.
Yes. Yep.
Yep, Yanni, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. I was interested in your comment around fees and charges to say you support introducing parking charges at the key parks. And I just wondered if you'd support council looking to also put like on-street parking charges in Ikaroa at some of the reserves as well.
We did discuss this. Yeah.
We would have to have a very close look at that before we could comment, I think. Yeah.
Right.
We want some serious consultation around it.
Mm.
I mean, the day traffic to Akaroa is very, very important for its economy.
Yeah.
So we just have to understand what that might do to that economy, I believe. Yeah.
Yep, great answer. Okay. Thank you very much. Very good to hear once
Thank
again.
you. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you.
Tanya.
Cheers.
Okay, we've got Erin Simon, please. Papanui-Innes-Central on board.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I would like to start off by acknowledging the mahi that has gone in so far to get the long-term plan to this point. We know that staff and councillors have put many hours work into this draft, and we thank you for that. A special acknowledgement must also go to out to the engagement team for their efforts. It's not easy trying to package this massive beast that is the LTP into something the general public can digest, understand and engage with, and we think you've done a great job. Our submission is based on our 2023 to 2025 Waipapa Papanui-Innes-Central Community Board Plan and shouldn't contain any surprises. We're just going to highlight some of the main points from our submission and we'll hopefully have time for questions. We all know how challenging things are for our residents and businesses at the moment. We hear about it and read about it every day, and we know that the proposed rates rise is going to be tough on many. We urge you to keep that at the forefront of your minds throughout this decision-making process. Our board supports keeping the rates increase as low as possible, whilst also ensuring that our needs as a city are still met. In general, we are supportive of the proposed capital program and the focus on deliverability and renewing and replacing existing assets.
In the What Matters Most early engagement, residents in our board area prioritise the following as being most important to them: climate change and climate resilience, drinking water, roads and footpaths, travel choice, parks and gardens. As a board, we also wish to highlight community development and community funding. The mahi of both our council staff and also of community groups plays a key role in helping our city flourish. As a board, we get insights into this, while it may go unseen by some members of the public. And that might be why community development doesn't feature highly in the What Matters Most engagement. In our board plan, we support transport initiatives which promote walking, cycling and using public transport. We support the provision in this draft LTP for the completion of works along the Northern Line route and also for cycle connections associated with the Northern Line. There is consistent community demand for implementation of the planned Northern Line crossing upgrades, especially the signalised crossings for Harewood Road and Langdons Road. Parents and caregivers concerned for the safety of their children, as well as local school principals, tell us that this cycleway and the improvement of these crossings is especially relevant to encouraging students to cycle to school. We reaffirm our support for the Wheels to Wings Papanui ki Waiwhetu cycleway and support the provision in the draft LTP for this cycle route. Our ambition is also for the Richmond Neighbourhood Greenway cycleway to be fully completed, including the section that was to be funded by the Transport Choices or SURF Fund, as well as the craft section north of North Avon Road.
You've heard us speak before on the issues affecting the transport network around Papanui, and we would like to reiterate the need for investment in this increasingly intensified area. At our April board meeting, we heard from students from St Bede's and Marion College about the dangers of Northcote Road, and we've granted $100,000 of our board's Better Off funding towards safety improvement investigations for the stretch between Main North Road and the railway. It is disappointing to see that the Northcote Road Corridor Improvement Project, for which over $15 million was budgeted, has dropped off this draft LTP completely. This project had been on budget for over 10 years, but kept getting pushed out. So to see it drop off now when the corridor has gotten so much busier with the nearby developments is worrying. You've heard Jason and Bridget from our neighbouring board talk about the nearby Greers Northcote Sawyers Arms intersection, and our board joins them in asking for this project to be reinstated. We are pleased to see the budget retained in the draft for the downstream effects management plan, noting that work to mitigate the effects of the Christchurch Northern Corridor is ongoing. We are also supportive of the funding set aside for the Cranford Regeneration Project and hope that a big picture view of the traffic impacts of this new development will be adopted. You'll also see mentioned in our submission our support for a trial of the Central City Shuttle service.
We advocate for community facilities, green space and amenities in areas of high current and future intensification, with SEPTED principles considered on appropriate projects. Draft LTP appears to substantially reduce funding for the Papanui ward recreation and youth spaces, although it might be that these budgets have been absorbed into a parent program. In the 2021 LTP, the Council resolved to specify this project, known at the time as the Papanui Skate Facility, as a separate line item, and we do ask for this to be reinstated for clarity. On the other hand, it is positive to see the provision in later years of the draft LTP for library facilities to support population growth in Papanui ward. A recent grant from the board to Papanui Youth Development Trust for a youth community safety project is an example of the importance of community funding as an enabler in line with our board plan and the Strengthening Communities Together strategy.
In the next couple of months, our community board is going to be making a decision on how to utilise the funding which is on budget for a community facility at Shirley Community Reserve, the site of the old Shirley Community Centre. This decision will have been a long time coming, with the original centre being demolished in 2012, and we are supportive of the funding having been retained in this draft LTP. We do request, however, that the initial funding to kickstart the project is brought forward into the next financial year. Similarly, we are pleased to see the funding for the Phillipstown Community Hub retained in the draft. This gathering space is the beating heart of the Phillipstown community and home to a number of community organisations. The hub has short-term security through a lease with the Ministry of Education, but this LTP funding will secure its long-term future. Flooding continues to be an issue in different parts of our board area and is a priority in our community board plan, so we are supportive of the investment in this draft LTP proposes in maintaining and improving our stormwater and drainage networks. We are particularly supportive of the proposal to establish a program to resolve regular surface flooding and would like to see streets around McFarlane Park, St Albans Park and those in Edgware Village prioritised within this.
The board supports the goals of the Otatahi Christchurch Climate Resilience Strategy. In the What Matters Most early engagement, climate change was the top or near top priority for each of the wards in our board area. And accordingly, we do offer our support for the acceleration of adaptation planning and also for the option to create a climate resilience fund.
So to sum up, we support the draft LTP's efforts in getting the basics right. The focus on maintaining roads and footpaths, prioritising investment in the three waters, and planning for functional, flourishing communities. As a board with a number of areas already experiencing or planned for major intensification, we support investing in the amenities needed to make them safe, vibrant communities. Please ensure as you go through this challenging decision-making process that you keep people at the forefront of your minds, not just those living and working here today, but also the generations to come. We need investment in our city's future, but at a cost that is still affordable for today's ratepayers. Thanks.
Wonderful. Sarah, please, and then Erin.
Kia ora kōrua, thanks so much for that. You've mentioned the removal of the climate emergency response funding of the Transport Choices projects. Many of those are kind of safety related and getting kids to school and the Richmond Greenway and stuff. Would you support council going ahead with those projects anyway, even if they don't then get Waka Kotahi funding, being that Waka Kotahi funding is likely to be cut for those types of projects as well?
It's not something we've specifically discussed as a board, but our community board plan does support those initiatives, especially around the safety.
Yeah,
thank you.
It would be up to us to decide how to fund them.
Yeah.
Thank you. Erin, please.
Yeah, so you mentioned in your submission that reducing congestion and traffic flows is a great way to increase safety, but your board has unwavering support for wheels to wings, yet in advocating for your community, the majority of the community don't support. In fact, there was a survey yesterday on the Bishopdale page and 700 said no, 100 said yes, which is a 7-to-1. It's quite clear.
The view I've formed on that is based on submissions through the 2 rounds of public consultation, in which, as perhaps we've discussed before, the minority of submitters opposed, others suggested changes or were within support.
Factually incorrect, majority opposed.
Okay, you have
Good
one.
word to that.
Okay, right. That's very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we move on to Halswell-Hornby-Riccarton. We've got Helen and Marie, please. I think I saw Marie there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello again.
Where we go. Thank you.
Haven't seen
First
you
of
for
all,
ages.
our board appreciates the opportunity to speak to you. This is a critical document, at least for the next 3 years. We want to congratulate you, both staff and councillors, on the quality of the consultation document. It's clear, easy to read, a lot of depth if people wish to read that depth. And I think it's particularly good in terms of putting out the rating levels for the public. Often the average is spoken of, and I think it's good to have each type of housing in terms of its cost and the actual rates. Now I'm doing half of this, Marie's doing half. I'm talking about rates. We recognise the significant financial challenges facing council. We believe we'd like to keep the existing levels of service, but consider rates under 10% would be more acceptable to the public. That's the main concern we hear, is about the level of rates. We're aware you've worked on this, and we're not close enough to offer what could be adjusted. And I don't think we've seen, as Sarah mentioned, the details of your discussions. We've got two ideas here, but you've probably been over these. We've got whether CCHL could provide higher dividends, but without the sale of assets, and review of library hours. There's times that the library is quite empty in the evenings after 6 o'clock. Talking about rates postponement, we support extending that to all people experiencing hardship, but suggest the current policy to senior citizens remain. This policy allows seniors to stay in their family home where they have a strong connection to the community. Fees and charges. We do not support charging people to park by the Botanic Gardens and North Hagley Park, but we do support you in keeping all-day parkers out of there. So it's important for people to be able to go to Hagley Park or the gardens, take their families, and not have to incur charges. But you do need to keep away the all-day parkers. Operational spend. I think your operational spending accords with feedback. We have put down the request for the development of a roadmap for obtaining chlorine exemptions for Christchurch water supplies. So we'd like some sort of time frame for that. And that's all from me at present. Thank you.
Now, in terms of capital program, generally speaking, the board accepts that the council's proposed capital program includes spending in the areas that residents have indicated are important to them. In terms of the proposals for Halswell-Hornby-Riccarton area, however, the board considers that there needs to be provision in the program for a number of projects that are important to local residents, many of which have been identified by the board as priorities in its community board plan. The board accordingly advocates and wishes to reiterate for the following changes to the capital program. For Halswell, we have 2 for each ward. In terms of the first priority for Halswell is the additional funding for footpaths, which is a community board plan priority. And the second is the provision for the investigation of a new dog park in southwest Christchurch in the 2025-26 financial year. Halswell residents have consistently stressed to the board how important this facility is to their community, and the board has therefore identified this as a priority also in the community board plan. For Hornby, number 1 is the Awatea Springs Amy's Roads intersection improvements. It be brought forward due to its long overdue status and population growth in the area. Second is the investigation of Waterloo, Gilberthorpe's Parker Street intersection improvements as a priority too. For Riccarton, funding for the revitalization of Sockburn Park, which is in an area that is lacking in usable green space and is therefore much sought after by residents and is identified as a priority also in the community board plan. The second is in light of proposed intensification in Riccarton, and because the Parakiore is not yet open, the board considers that there should be provision for an investigation of a refurbishment of the Wharenui pool. Now, in terms of bid funding, while there are mixed views within the board and the community on the appropriate level of bid funding, the board accepts that it is important to attract new major international sports, business, and music events to make use of the facilities that the council has invested in, and therefore supports increasing the bid funding, noting that this will necessitate an additional rates increase. In terms of climate change, the board acknowledges the implications of climate change for our city and the need for the council to invest in projects that will mitigate the effects of climate change. While there are mixed views on how to best provide for climate adaptation expenditure, the board supports the council's proposed expenditure to help Christchurch adapt and build resilience to climate change, and considers the additional $1.8 million spend currently proposed to commence in 2027-28 should not be brought forward given the rates implications of doing so. The board does, however, support the creation of a climate adaptation fund to set aside funds now to manage future necessary changes to council assets, including roads, water systems, and buildings, accepting that this will result in a rates increase of 0.25% per annum over the LTP period. Helen, I believe, wants to talk about the community outcomes and priorities.
Yes, you may have this as a guiding vision, but we commented that you're talking about a place of opportunity which is open to new ideas, new people, new investment, and new ways of doing things. We just wondered if the people who are currently here are being catered for. I mean, that's a comment, but I think we need to acknowledge the people here and our space, which is here already. Back to Marie.
Right, so in terms of the potential disposal of council-owned properties, the board supports the proposed disposal of properties that are surplus to the council's requirements and considers that the vacant section being the balance of Tekuru, which is in our board area in Halswell, that is not required, is in this category. The board is also very supportive of the proposal to give Yalders Memorial Hall to the Yalders Rural Residents Association, as it is aware of the value of this asset to the local community. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate that the board acknowledges the work of councillors and staff in developing the draft LTP and commends the council for the quality of the consultation document, as Helen mentioned earlier, provided that it considers to be clear, easily read, and understood. The board notes that there has been an unprecedented number of submissions lodged in response. The board thanks the council for hearing its views and requests that the matter we have just set out in relation to the LTP be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, both you. Jake, please.
Thanks, guys. A bit of a theme running through the boards of maintaining service levels or even adding to them, but also, having lower rates. You appreciate the difficult position that puts us in.
Yes.
However, helpfully, a couple of boards now have flagged library levels as being something we could look at. Does that include the new Hornby Centre? Is that something we could look
It
at?
includes the hours, I think. So we're not saying.
Oh, I meant the hours.
Yes,
sorry.
it's just the hours. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so all things
And
on the
you'd
table.
have to do some research on when libraries are in fact empty.
We won't shut it in the middle of the day.
So I suspect since
Yes.
Matatiki, the Hornby Centre is new, it still needs to be reviewed whether it will be popular during evening or not. So
I'm sure we can get that info. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Right, now we have Callum and Kia, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Callum Tokingawa, ko Kia Leslie tēnei. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the LTP to our submission. We generally really appreciate the opportunity to provide our views, and also like the boards before us, want to recognise the enormous effort that's been put into this process by staff and by elected members. It's been a huge beast, the LTP, and it's no small feat to digest it down into something that's intelligible to the average resident or even the average board member. Generally speaking, we strongly support the proposed capital and operational investments in our communities in the LTP. We've also got a small list of small changes that we'd suggest, which we'll go through shortly, particularly for transport, parks, and parks facilities, so that the budget can better achieve our vision for our communities. Cool. Sorry. There we go. One of the questions I was asked in the LTP consultation document was around operational spending, and I think I just want to use this opportunity to flag that from our point of view as a board, we actually have very little insight into operational spending. We don't. When we're asked a question, are our funding levels appropriate to? It's a very difficult question to answer, and if it's hard for us, it's going to be impossible for people on, your average person on the street. We know that in my view personally, a lot of the LTP feedback conversations are focused around the capital program because of this. Because we get such good information about the capital program, that's what people talk to, and that's why a lot of our conversations are about a laundry list of requests for the LTP for the capital program. And we think that more information about operational spending would be of enormous benefit for future planning processes. Capital program transport. And so here we are.
Kia ora. Evidence tells us that one of the major contributors to greenhouse gas emissions from Canterbury is transport. So for the Council's stated focus of the long-term plan to deliver meaningful reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, we need to tackle how people move around our city. The board strongly encourages Council to prioritise projects that enable residents to use active transport means safely. And this is one of the key priorities in our board plan. In particular, we would like to highlight the Southern Lights MCR and the Pawaho River route. In particular, we would like to see planning and engagement components of these routes brought forward so that when immediate budget constraints have passed, there's a quick pathway to delivering these projects. There's also a collection of other minor and local connector routes that we raise in our written submission, where the key theme is enabling people, especially children, travelling to school, which is a really important priority for our board, to travel safely using active modes.
Thanks, Kia. On top of parks and we'll start with parks. We've got a few things up there. In general, parks are a huge focus for our board. Parks facilities are one of our board's top priorities, and we've got a lot of great parks in our board area. A lot of really well used parks facilities. In our written submission, we have detailed a list of very smaller projects which we think are really important for the council to focus on to deliver value to our communities. But at a high level, what we're really wanting to see is when it comes to parks facilities, investment and getting some of our toilet blocks up to scratch, and also working with the community. Our board area, I can't speak for the whole city, but I can speak for our board area, has a great range of community groups that are really invested in their local parks. It's something that the people really, really care about. And the council's done some great work already on places like Simeon Park, working with local groups to bring those spaces to life, and really encourage more work to be done following that same way of working, especially around Addington Park. So, yeah, other aspect of parks. Do you want to talk to the Port Hills plan?
Yeah, and I think we'll come back to this one when we talk about water, because there's obviously a really close interlink between the hills and the river in our board area, and that's something that we really prioritise. One of the asks there is that it's awesome there's a plan, but for the plan to be meaningful, it needs to be funded. So the Port Hills plan will be looking at how we can do the ecological restoration of those hills, which is going to have a range of benefits, particularly around as we move into a drier climate, reducing fire risk. But one of the things is that does mean that there needs to be budget put in so we can get those wins of recloaking the hills.
Yeah, and I think as well the Port Hills plan is something that's still in its early days, in its infancy, and we'd like to see the community brought in to engage with that right from day zero. Urban Forest Plan, we're really excited about the Urban Forest Plan. We strongly support that program, and it's amazing to see the pace at which they're moving. Just keen to see that continue. And as well as that, as part of the Urban Forest Plan rollout, we'd like to see support brought in for further engagement around with communities around exactly how these kind of landscape plans being drawn up for some of our local parks. Another one on this was pest plant management. So on the Opawa-Heathcote River, we've got a huge amount of land that's owned by council, often owned by different departments in council. This one's not so much asking for money, it's asking for ways of working where we're a bit more coordinated between council departments in terms of pest plant management. The local group that sort of umbrella group of volunteers, the Opawa-Heathcote River Network, feels really strongly that if council departments, parks, transport and Three Waters who own land in and around that area could work together, that we could achieve some really great outcomes with pest control without having to spend a huge amount of money at all. Coastal, accessible access to the Sumner Esplanade is an important one for our board. Anything else on that one, Kia? No. Okay. I think we might have some more in a written submission. We'll move on just in the interest of time.
Yeah. So this is obviously something that we always talk about when we come to see you folks. So it's back on the agenda today. It's brilliant that there's money in the long-term plan to deliver this facility. That's a huge win for our community. So thank you for doing that. And we'd also like to mihi to Ngāitua Hariri for the gift of the name Omokihi, because that's a really important step that we're taking. While this facility is being built, obviously the library services can't be delivered out of that building because the building won't exist. And we acknowledge that that's going to mean an inevitable drop-off in levels of service. And there's no way around that. That's part of the bullet we've got to bite. However, at present in the draft plan, it is suggested that the temporary services be provided out of BAU funding. We think that there's a gap between the concept of a fully fledged standalone building, transitional building, which was investigated and didn't stack up, and what's currently proposed. So we really want to urge council staff to continue to look at ways they can deliver services, particularly in the east of that catchment, so the Waltham, South Sydenham, Beckenham areas, St Martin's areas of the current South Library catchment. We don't think that's going to cost a huge amount of money. We think that we're looking at some reasonably small-scale investments there, but it probably will be over and above BAU. So we would really urge council to continue working with libraries and the project team to see what that could look like and make provision to deliver that within, we recognise, a limited funding envelope.
Water. Water is hugely important to our board. One of our key features of our board is the Opawa-Heathcote River and many of the tributaries that feed into it. Te Mano Te Wai is a core value of our board, and this kind of links back to the Port Hills plan as well, that we would like to see any Port Hills plan development include planning around water management. Those two issues are closely interlinked. The Port Hills and the river, in terms of the flows of water, are impossible to separate. So we hope that will be part of the Port Hills plan, as well as emergency response. Kutiki Tai. CapEx on land drainage, I've got it note there, is it?
We do have some queries about CapEx on land drainage. We anticipate staff will respond to clarify those so that that's cleared up, because we doubt that council intends to reduce that spending, but we just want to make sure we understand what's going on there.
Yeah. Cool. And 20 seconds. Climate change. Our board strongly supports funding being invested in emergency preparedness for climate change. This is a huge top priority for our board. Again, this links back to the Port Hills plan, as well as the wider area, the coastal areas in particular, that will be affected by climate change. So yes, we strongly support that. And we've got more notes, but I'm out of time. Yeah.
That was perfect timing. Thank you very much, chaps. Good on you. And that brings to the end the community boards, and I thank you for all the time you put into those. So next we have the Arts Centre, and Philip Aldridge come talk to us for 30 minutes. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Just by way of introduction, I'm Murray Dickinson. I'm the chair of the Trust Centre Arts for the Arts Board. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. We are here to ask the Christchurch City Council to renew its annual grant of $1.8 million to Te Maratiki Toiora, the Arts Centre for Christchurch. The board is fully aligned and aware of our obligations under our Act. Many councillors spoke on Tuesday of trying to find a way to make this work so we do not lose the Arts Centre as a centre of the arts in Christchurch. We thank you for your support and would like to work with you to make a sustainable solution. As we have said in our written submission, we have offered to defer our depreciation for a couple of years. We have offered to dip into our hotel maintenance fund over that same period. This short-term compromise would substantially reduce the amount of funding required from the Arts Centre over the next 2 years. We have also suggested that the council take over our annual insurance program of over $1.1 million, absorb our council rates, which are now $175,000 per year, and we've offered to seek further cost savings with the council's assistance. This would mean that John Fussell's suggestion at Tuesday's meeting of a band-aid solution might very well work. However, those deferred funds must be replaced in years 3 and beyond if the trust is to have confidence that the Arts Centre is to remain a going concern. This would require a funding agreement, which aligns with a suggestion from Councillor McDonald, who called for a permanent funding solution. This would avoid the Arts Centre having to launch repeated funding campaigns in years to come. Campaigns like our current campaign, which has been funded by a kindly private donor. There are a number of other issues raised in the public meeting on Tuesday that I'd like to address as chair of the Trust Board. Firstly, we welcome Deloitte's report, which substantially backs the position of the trustees and the proposal for funding that we put to the council in last September. Additionally, we'd like to emphasise that the trustees have rigorously cut costs and continue to do so. The Trust carried out a severe restructure in 2020 and prior to applying for operational funding in the last LTP. Some positions were disestablished, others were downsized. The remaining managers all took salary cuts, and the current director also took a 33% pay cut. Since 2020, we have added 1 maintenance position as we've opened 5 additional buildings and nearly doubled the size of our site, which is open to the public. In addition, we have brought in-house security and cleaning services to save money. Deloitte noted that further cost-saving opportunities were limited. Deloitte further noted that our 2025 insurance premiums had raised an additional $110,000 over what we had allowed for in our previous budgets. There was also discussions around our staff structure I'd like to explain further today. On the question of our number of our senior management team, our senior management team consists of 5.5 FTEs, and a senior management group oversees a substantial number of volunteers and staff across 12 different departments, all put in long hours, which is unfortunately not unusual for a charity. The Trust Board is confident we don't have too many senior managers. On the level of remuneration of the management team, our senior management salaries in 2023 were $774,000. We benchmark our management remuneration against the market with the assistance of an external advisor. Our remunerations level remain below market, and we have done internal comparisons against other cultural entities which are funded by the council, and we believe our management salaries are lower, though I'm not sure this is something to be celebrated. We also agree with the Deputy Mayor's suggestion that a forgiveness of our council rates would lead to a reduction in our funding application by $175,000.
Thank you for the opportunity to be able to set out our situation to councillors. I'm Philip Aldridge, I'm the Director of the Arts Centre. It's important that you hear from us directly, and we welcome the dialogue. We haven't been able to have much of a dialogue. We met with council staff once last winter and once in January, and the information that we have gleaned, that we'll talk about today, we've had to get through official information requests. I'd like to firstly refute the suggestion that we're trying to force the council to take over the Arts Centre. It's actually the opposite of what we want. We're simply asking the council to keep funding the Arts Centre to save us from insolvency. Otherwise, the Arts Centre Trust will go out of existence and require a new owner. It's not a threat. It's just the way it is, unfortunately. As Deloitte noted, the need for funding is real. Unfortunately, the Deloitte report repeated some incorrect information, which was originally presented to councillors in a staff report of your workshop of the 26th of March. That report contains some serious errors and misdirections. I'd like to address one in particular here, which is quite pertinent, which concerns the creative programme. The creative programme, in inverted commas, you've been told, had a reported budgeted loss of $800,000 last year. Our accounts have a line item which is called the Creative Team Budget, and that includes a wide array of activities, venues, marketing, communications, education, Te Whare Tapere, the Māori Arts Space, education, and as well as the artistic programme. The arts programme, which is a component of that, which is the essence of the Arts Centre in our city, last year was $237,000. It's smaller in 2024. It's not 800,000. It's also important, it's critical really, that you know that within that $800,000 budget, 100,000 of it is an internal OPEX charge. That would remain even if we were to get rid of programming. There are 16 items within that budget, within the arts budget. 5 are cash positive, and the rest bring in substantial funding from ticket sales, sponsorships, grants, and philanthropy. This means that the investment of 100,000 raises an additional 600,000 from other sources. And this illustrates the balancing act that the trustees undertake. We strived to deliver to the Act, which has some very specific and demanding objectives. These are statutory requirements, which includes to hold the Arts Centre as a unique and outstanding cultural centre, which is a pretty high statutory bar. We believe we have to spend something to do that, although not a lot, to be the thriving creative hub that the Act specifies. But we'd never want to achieve that by not paying the artists, the musicians and the other creatives, as suggested in the Deloitte report. Did the accountants consider offering their services for free? The Trust Board, we think that we're doing the absolute minimum at the moment that allows us to be still compliant with the Act. You've been led to believe that that's imprudent. In fact, it tells a story of extraordinary invention and effectiveness.
As Philip has commented, it's been suggested that we put our creative programming on hold. The cost-benefit versus this, as Philip has outlined, is quite small. In addition to the balancing act which Philip has outlined, it would also deter tenants who currently come to the Arts Centre specifically to be part of our creative community, hence reducing our future rental income. It would also reduce our ability to raise sponsorships and donations to offset those costs. On the question of our overall lease income, we are fully tenanted. Our leases usually contain market rent adjustments every second year, ensuring our leases are at market rates. Regarding the future ownership of the Arts Centre, we've been misquoted in the press and the meeting on Tuesday. We have not threatened, nor have we ever said that the council will be forced to take ownership of the trust. But what we have said is that if the trust fails, it seems most likely that the council will receive the assets of the trust. This is because we're constituted for the people of Christchurch and its visitors. However, as Philip has outlined, this is the last thing we want. We believe an independent entity is still the best and cheapest way to operate the Arts Centre. But the allocation of the trust to a new owner would be done by the High Court. This process is lengthy and costly, both for the Arts Centre and the next owner. The trust would have to fund these legal costs, which we would do through funds set aside for our 35-year maintenance obligations of the hotel lease. However, a new owner would have those maintenance obligations under the lease and would have to replace those funds later. A new owner will still have the same statutory obligations as the trustees, maintaining heritage buildings, encouraging and nourishing the arts and culture within Otautahi Christchurch. There have been comments that this trust is taking a too narrow view of our statutory obligations. To the contrary, we are taking a very wide interpretation of our obligations. If a new owner took a more narrow view, i.e. property management company, it opens that owner to a challenge via the New Zealand court system. And the level of submissions received on the LTP and the public response to our campaign outlines the public interest in this area. Additionally, if the council is the new owner, it is unlikely the council would receive those same financial support that we receive in grants, donations and sponsorships. The agencies and supporters of the Arts Centre will assume the council can fund its own activities. It was also noted on Tuesday that the council provided the Arts Centre operational grants of $400,000 in 2010. However, since 2010, our insurance costs alone have risen by over $1 million. This alone puts our context on our funding requests. And finally, on the question of the Ducks Deluxe restoration, we agree with Deloitte's opinion that the return of the Ducks would not alter our financial position. The initial proposal put forward by Redux would have seen no financial benefit to the Arts Centre for over 50 years, with all returns accruing to Redux. This was unacceptable to the Trust. We remain interested in a subsequent proposal facilitated by the previous mayor. However, Redux has walked away from that proposal. A fuller response is contained in our written submission. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this additional information.
We've just got a few quick-fire responses to other points that you raised. The Arts Centre is not independently financially viable, unfortunately, a position substantiated by Deloitte. We are fully tenanted, as Murray says, at market rates. And we note that the Deloitte report agrees that the heritage nature of the Arts Centre's buildings means that it is unrealistic to expect OPEX recoveries to fully cover costs, which is also the view of council staff. Maintenance is currently being deferred because we can't afford it. A high-level asset management assessment based on quotations shows that we need an annual sinking fund of about 2.3 million. At the moment, it's not being fully covered. The view that we have a narrow view of the Act, but in fact, we've got a hotel, we've got a health technology centre, we've got car parking venues, we do weddings, we do corporate events. We have quite a wide view, as Murray says, and we have 70 diverse organisations who are based at the Arts Centre. This is hardly a narrow view. But even if it were, I mean, the point is moot because we're fully tenanted at market rates. So we've maximised the income from the site. The economic benefits to the city are immense. We've got footfall of 1 million visitors a year. Those 70 organisations employ hundreds of people, and they turn over tens of millions of dollars a year. There was also mention last Tuesday of restructuring, or possibly replacing the trustees. You must recall that this is the same management and trustees which has just delivered the largest restoration of historic buildings in the country ever, on time and on budget, which isn't often the case. And yet those are volunteers. Don't forget, these are volunteers who are being criticised in this chamber. How are community organisations going to continue to attract the talent we need as trustees if they're going to be pilloried here? It's ironic that only a moment ago we were being celebrated as the poster child of the city's rebuild. That achievement alone speaks of competence and excellence at a governance level as well as in management. We've got a huge success story at the Arts Centre. It's one you backed with a grant of 1.83 million every year 3 years ago. And all that's changed is the people around this chamber. We haven't changed beyond getting better and more vibrant. We're now bursting with activity. We've got happy tenants and we've got an engaged and happy public. I'm sure you're all aware of the number of submissions that you've received that back fully funding the Arts Centre. Please listen to them. Please listen to us. We're in this together. Why puncture the bubble? It's working. We may not be being celebrated everywhere at the moment, but we are being celebrated internationally. This is a book published in Vienna. 15 great cultural districts of the world. The Guggenheim, the Barbican in London, Gorky Park in Moscow, the Museum Island in Berlin, and the Arts Centre in Christchurch. We contribute strongly to one of the Council's strategic objectives, to be a cultural powerhouse city. This is to be celebrated. We bring international recognition to the city. It's unique and it's outstanding. Please don't inadvertently destroy it. I welcome your questions.
Melanie, Sam first. Yep.
Hey, thank you both and everyone for coming in for this. It's I appreciate it. It's one of those difficult situations. Look, where I'm trying to get to is to sort of cut through the noise, so to speak, because there's obviously been a big campaign. I'm just looking at the website which says, your website, which says, without council support, the Arts Centre will be on a path to insolvency. The trustees have resolved to start winding up. Scroll down more for details, which I haven't scrolled down. I guess to cut to the chase, what is noting that you can't bind a future council, what is the actual amount of money you need in this coming year so that insolvency proceedings don't start? Because I'm unclear as to what that number actually is. So what is that number?
So the issue there becomes, what is an amount that would the trustees see to ensure that the trust remains a going concern, which essentially is not putting the trust in any worse position than it is today, which essentially is that cash deficit, which is around $900,000.
Right, so the grant, excuse me, the grant, oh no, actually I'm only allowed one question. I'll leave it.
Okay, if we've got time, we'll come back, and I'm sure we have at the moment we've got. Kelly, sorry, Mel, did you have one?
I've changed my question because you actually answered one earlier, which was good, thank you. And everyone loves the Arts Centre, by the way. So what I wanted to ask is, with the Deloitte report, they had some scenarios in there, and I understand this isn't precise because it's all about future projections. But with those three scenarios, do you have any comments on those? Because,
Yeah, I think be wary of those, because if you leave us walking a tightrope and we lose one significant tenant, we'd be tipped into insolvency.
The real issue is that in order for the trustees to have confidence that we are not a going concern, the Deloitte talk about the fact that with no funding we are insolvent within 18 months. Then the bar comes back when there is governors around. When are you insolvent and what do you know today? And so when we talk about what level of funding we require, what will it be, it is kind of a moving feast, and it does require the trustees and the board to make that assessment.
Okay, thank you. All done. We'll go again. We'll get time. Kelly, please.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for your passion for the Arts Centre. So on page 45 of our agenda, it says the shortfall of 1.83 million per annum grant could be partially subsidised from the Arts Centre's ring-fenced reserves in years 1 and 2. Could you tell us a bit about those ring-fenced reserves?
Sure. So the Arts Centre currently has cash reserves to fund its 35-year maintenance obligations for the hotel lease. So those reserves can be used to fund a shortfall in the short term, as long as we replace those funds in the long term, because those maintenance obligations don't go away.
What's that total?
The total is, in today's money, the discounted cash flow was $4.4 million.
Thank you. Andre?
Thank you. So council sought legal advice on the ability for the Arts Centre to get away with less arts and creative activity there. So what signal do you believe that sends to the arts and creative sector that before we've received submissions, council seeking advice on how to make the Arts Centre more financially viable with less arts rather than how to make it more financially viable with the current level or more arts?
So delivering the objects of the Act is a balancing act which the trustees need to make around how much is enough in terms of activation of arts and culture versus protection of heritage. In terms of an exact amount, there is no exact amount. The Act is all about subjective assessments on activities. The arts segment, the requirement to nourish and flourish the arts means that we need to be active in supporting those in the long term. One can be balanced against another, but not for an extended period of time. We need to deliver all parts of the Act.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, Tim?
Yeah, thank you, Mary and Philip. Just following on, I think it's Sam's second question. What's the amount you need for at least the next 12 months?
So the Trust Board haven't put a specific number. On that.
Yeah.
I've given you my opinion as a chair, as in terms of putting us in no worse position than 900,000.
If you did right. The question probably is, on the 1st of July, if you don't get 900 grand, do trustees start insolvency proceedings? I think that was the second question.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So I can outline the position of the trust in response to this proceedings, which is that the Christchurch City Council will make its decision on funding the Arts Centre one way or another, and we will learn about that on 1 July. Until that point in time, we have not made a decision on whether the trust will be insolvent. However, as Deloitte outlined, if no funding is received, it is highly likely that the dissolution of the trust will then commence.
Sorry.
Thanks. Mine actually follows along from that, but kind of next stage. So my understanding from listening to all this and then Sam's question is that the 900,000 potentially could be the sort of next 12 months. But if we're looking for a more sustainable model, if we only did the 900,000, you'd be dipping into your reserves and we would still need to do something in future years to top that back up. So what's the current sort of next 3-year amount? So it's not good to just going LTP to LTP, but rather than just doing that very short term come back in the annual plan, what's needed sort of for the next 3 years and then sort of ongoing?
So the short term solution is around the number we've talked about, 900. The long term sustainable amount is around the 1.8 million, which we've talked about. Yeah. So if, for example, we wanted to catch up, if we funded for 2 years at $900,000, our shortfall would be $1.8 million for those 2 years. If we wanted to catch up in the 3rd year, we would have to add that on. However, as Councillor McDonald talked about, a permanent solution to our funding would allow the trustee to look past that 3-year time horizon and to replace those funds over time.
Yeah. So, but next question.
Okay, you might have some time. Yes. We've got a couple here, but I'll let you go again. If we've got time, we will. Erin, please.
Yeah, and just on the time one, Mr. Mayor, I know we do have a gap at 4:30. I'm, for one, happy that we use up some of that if we have to extend the questions. Just throwing it out there. That is not my question. Mine's way worse. Given the overwhelming feedback we've had this year that our current projected rates rise is just too high for people to be able to handle, where does the money for you guys come from?
That's not a question that I can answer.
You don't see other things around the city. You go, you know what, an art centre is more important than that.
No. Look, we completely accept that the council is juggling a range of requests and a range of issues that it must grapple with. But how you balance your budget, I'm unaware of what else you're juggling, unfortunately, so I can't give you that answer.
Pauline, and if anyone else wants one.
So, thank you. The minimum requirement to keep you solvent this year, 900,000. Should we find a way to provide a rates remission of 200, would that then reduce to 700?
Yes.
Kia ora.
The rates are currently 175. They've actually come down.
But yes, it reduces our cash deficit, yes.
Sarah, please.
Thank you. While we don't have a thematic analysis of our LTP submissions yet, an LTP to LPTP isn't ideal. If we were able to do 3-year funding at somewhere near the 1.8 to make that sustainable, but we only did about 1.8 last time, but then actually next LTP resolve to consult on a line item ongoing, would that be something that would be doable?
I think I understand the solution. And I'm sure the answer is yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you. In your submission, you talk about the risk of external funding not coming in. I was just wondering, would be interested in just hearing from you as to what you're seeing in terms of those other funders, in terms of trends over recent history and looking forward, e.g. have there been approaches similar to what you've done with council for additional funding, and what sort of response have you had, particularly central government as well as philanthropic?
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
The big funds, but the problem is, as we're an arts centre and there is no national mechanism for funding arts centres, and there's nothing like this arts centre anywhere else in the country. So we're not a museum which has got statutory funding from councils, but forced by government. We're not an art gallery, we're not a performing arts company. We're a bit of everything. And we're not eligible for funding from Ministry of Culture and Heritage, from Heritage itself, who only fund their own buildings. We get one-off grants from the Arts Council Creative New Zealand for specific projects. If we don't get the grant, we don't do the project. And things like RATA, we've had great capital support from. So for Te Whare Tapere, for the current exhibition that we're building of the Naitahu creation story. So they give us things for specific projects. But what we're talking about here is operational funding, and there's no other source for us.
Erin?
Yeah, given you mentioned the others, you sit in the golden triangle of the Museum, Art Gallery and Arts Centre. You have 1 million visitors a year. Have you done a per head breakdown of your million versus the number that go to the museum versus the number that go to the art gallery, just so you're comparing?
Yes. Yeah, we're I haven't got the exact numbers. We're more than the museum. But I think it's similar to the Botanic Gardens.
Brilliant. Sam?
Hey, thank you. It's probably just going back to the website, because again, you've run a very active campaign over the last wee while, which has obviously generated submissions. It still says that the council has provided no funding in the long-term plan. And I'm just sort of thinking, along with that, and saying that the trustees have resolved to start winding up, can you just clarify that position?
So the trustees have not taken a decision on winding the trust up.
Right, and the first bit around the council having no money in the budget?
I'm unaware of any funding from the council in the LTP.
We're not currently in the draft LTP.
Yeah, there's a bit of... Oh, we can clarify that later for you. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Andre? Yeah, it is.
Thank you. One of the council recommendations in the document was around the market. Are you able to talk a bit about the changes being made to that?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question?
One of the recommendations in the council document was around the market. Are you able to talk about the changes being made to that and to expand?
On this Saturday, we launch a new, improved, different version of the market, which will be 4 times the size. Please come along and join us. There'll be lots and lots of stalls and activity and food and music. It's bigger than the previous version we had, which was on a Sunday. This will be on a Saturday and be on every Saturday of the year.
And are you able to touch on the size of the market previously and what you're looking to get it back to? Erin was allowed a 2-prong, so I'm going to 2-prong as the portfolio holder. Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be much bigger. And it brings in 4 times as much income to the Arts Centre.
Thank you.
James?
Thanks. Just to clarify an answer for another question, which I would appreciate. If as a city council we decided to remit your rates by 200,000, you said that 900k shortfall would reduce to 700,000. You said that you have commercial leases, but in a commercial lease arrangement, rates are paid by the tenant not the landlord, and the trust is obviously the landlord. So can you help clarify for me how a rates remission would help the trust?
Because we pay the rates, and in the lease agreements.
Well, I thought you have commercial lease agreements.
We do.
They're similar to commercial lease agreements because they're a heritage site. The space that we charge, the price that we charge per square metre is benchmarked against commercial, but our outgoings are not recovered in the same way in a normal commercial lease.
Okay, so you absorb the rates component of the OPEX.
Yes.
Therefore, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, and the insurance part of the OPEX as well, you absorb that as well. You do not pass insurance on.
We try to recover as much OPEX as we can, but we do not recover all our OPEX.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions of anyone? Oh, look, brilliant. Thank you very much for coming in. Very clear. And thank you, the councillors, for all the questions that we did have. That's very good.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. We are now going to have a break until 5 o'clock. Thank you. Sam, Gentlemen, we're back in business. Right. Have we got, and I know we will have, Christine Rose here, please?
Zoom.
Oh, by Zoom, I'm sure we have.
There she is.
There you go. Hello.
Good evening or good afternoon.
Yeah, good night. Yes. So the floor is yours. Thank you for making the trouble to come and see us on Zoom. So go for your life. Christine Rose here.
Very much. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to the submission from Maui and Hectors Dolphin Defenders, which you'll have before you, and I'm not going to repeat that. You'll be happy to know. Like many people, my introduction to Hectors Dolphins came in Canterbury. I went out on a boat in Akaroa Harbour to swim with Hectors. They came close and looked me in the eye, and it was love at first sight. Well, for me anyway. I came for a day and stayed for a week paddling the harbour in my kayak. The next year I came back, and the next year and the next year and the next. Sometimes I come back several times a year, and every trip is to see Hectors Dolphins. That first trip was 25 years ago, and I was also a district and then a regional councillor. So I ran a campaign across local and regional government, and in the end, every council in the country, including Christchurch City Council, was advocating for more protection for Maui and Hectors Dolphins. I also formed Maui and Hectors Dolphin Defenders, and we've got a network of members and supporters across the country, including many in Christchurch. Our work contributed to the extension of the Banks Peninsula Marine Mammal Sanctuary and set net bands in some parts of Maui and Hectors' home, and they've been added to through time. Since then, we've definitely saved some dolphins' lives. But the DOC incident database shows us a long list of avoidable human-caused deaths. Where the cause of death is known, most are from the fishing industry, and that's especially the case with the huge increase in reporting through the new onboard cameras. 12 hectares have been reported killed by commercial fishing since last November, most of them in Canterbury waters. 3 have been killed by confirmed or probable boat strike in the last year or so, including a juvenile male near Taylor's Mistake in January this year. Climate change is warming Hectors' ocean habitat, and their prey fish food is scarce. Industrial activities like port operations and the development of the Littleton cruise ship terminal and the cruise ships themselves put pressure on small Banks Peninsula dolphin populations. Sail GP is another well-canvassed threat which has no place in the heart of Hectors Harbour home. Dolphin tourism, Hectors dolphin tourism is a significant contributor to the Canterbury regional economy, and it makes people like me keep coming back year after year. But while dolphin tourism can also lead to the collapse of their populations, and we're seeing that elsewhere in New Zealand, fortunately, in many beautiful parts of Canterbury, they can be seen from land. The Christchurch City Council LTP talks about encouraging regenerative tourism that protects, restores and champions New Zealand's natural environment. And so we submit that Christchurch City Council should be true kaitiaki of Hectors Dolphins. They are Canterbury's own dolphins. Be their champions. Consider the impacts of land use planning on Hectors Dolphins, but more, celebrate this taonga. Tell the world about Hectors Dolphins. Create a land-based dolphin watching trail. Commission artwork reflecting Hectors. Celebrate Hectors in council communications and make Hectors the icon of Canterbury and mean it. You can be real advocates for these tiny little dolphins. Hectors are found nowhere else in the world, but they're in real trouble. Our aim is to see Maui and Hectors healthy and flourishing, and that must be the aim of every decent New Zealander, and you have the power to help them. Please protect Hectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got time for a question, if anyone's got one. No, you've done an excellent job. Thank you very much for your trouble you went to. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
You
It's
have the power.
Victoria.
Please. Hector.
I'm here. Thank you very much. We've got time for a question, if anyone's got one. Have we looped? No.
Victoria, I think you have the live stream playing in the background.
Thank
Pardon?
you for your time.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
I think I think you have the live stream playing in the background.
I'm here. Thank you very much. We've got time for a.
Double decks going.
You're up.
Try again.
Hello, Victoria.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good. Good to. I won't say good to see you because I can't see you.
I'm here.
Yeah, okay. You far away. It's good to hear you. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to thank elected representatives and council staff for their work and effort. It's been a very challenging few years, and difficult decisions are necessary, provided they are undertaken with due diligence and result in the best interest of all ratepayers and not just for the privileged few. So my thanks to you all. And according to the press, a prominent business group's submission believes that there is a golden decade that awaits the city. However, chief executives and consultants are well paid to promote the economic interest of developers, business, and sporting organizations, many of which actually apply for council funding. The dollars they seek come from our rates and long-term investments. Implementing and overseeing council policy is not simply red tape. It is the appropriate and fair administration on behalf of all ratepayers. Ratepayers should not be seen as a private bank to supplement business interests, and the council, in my view, has already given $10 million to restore the cathedral. The Anglican Church should look for funding from within its own resources, and it could also defer building unnecessary structures to reduce cost. The Arts Center is a valued asset. However, early consultation prior to the start of the LTP process may have been the appropriate time to discuss funding shortfalls. And after my experience of working on the Banks Peninsula Destination Management Plan, developed in association with Christchurch, New Zealand, I strongly support a review to avoid duplication in terms of urban development within the council structure. Internal council staff, in my view, are better qualified overall. They have professional skills and that are required with regard to urban development and direct access to the planning department when needed. Christchurch, New Zealand has adequate funding, provided it is managed in a professional and prudent manner. I reviewed the LTP and found scant, if any, mention of Akaroa or Banks Peninsula and its remote communities of interest. It seems the council's focus remained firmly on the CBD and Te Kaha Stadium. But all these things are very minor details in the larger scheme of things. In my view, the most important item is climate change. It's happening right now, not at some distant point in the future. If we don't have safe drinking water and a secure food supply as the climate becomes more unstable, you can forget about restoring the cathedral or providing events to satisfy the vested interest of the business and sporting communities. The heady days of overseas tourism may soon be numbered. The country might be open for business at the moment, but in 25 or 50 years' time, the luxury of flying to New Zealand's distant shores may prove unsustainable as sea levels rise and global temperatures increase. So the time to prepare is right now in terms of restructuring tourism, visitor attractions, and related businesses, as well as discussing strategic retreat for communities under threat. Ratepayers' money should be spent on funding essential services and implementing its coastal hazards adaptation plan instead of paying large enticement fees to attract rugby games and secure entertainers under the guise of filling up hotel rooms and cafes for 1 or 2 days. If the council really wishes to reduce the rate increase, then sell the proposed Terrace Airport land, which was purchased without public consultation. And please remember, in relation to the LTP, the decisions that you make will impact your families, your children and grandchildren, as well as all ratepayers. And I'd like to invite you over to Akaroa to view an excellent exhibition at the Yakaroa Museum about Takapuneki. And my thanks to Yanni and Tyrone for taking the time to attend the dawn opening. So thank you again for your effort and your time, and not sure of the time period, but I guess there's no time for questions. So thank you.
This is your lucky day. Andre's got a 15-second question.
Okay.
You mentioned at the start of your submission that council shouldn't be supporting business interests. Businesses are also ratepayers. So, I mean, presumably you're not saying we should only support residential ratepayers and not business ratepayers.
No, I suggest that you take a balanced viewpoint and a balanced approach, and don't forget about those of us who lived in distant and remote, isolated communities of interest.
So we should support business interests.
Okay.
So we should support business if it's in a balanced way.
Not exclusively. You have to balance your decisions and be very sure and do your due diligence. That's all I ask.
Okay, very well said. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. That's brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. Penny, please. Good to see you again.
Thank you. I do need to get the Phil with David Miller.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so you'd both doing it. Is that right? So you carry on rewardless, and you can do 10 minutes between you all.
Nui o tēnei rā. Look, it's always a pleasure to present our submission each LTP, and I want to open by thanking the councillors and particularly the Parks team, who have been such a delight to work with. We've really appreciated the quarterly meetings we've had with some councillors, and it has been really helpful to us. I want to begin by just framing our comments in two ways. I want to make two comments, and it's relevant to everything that we present. The first is that the council leverages huge benefit from the biodiversity dollar it spends on Banks Peninsula, because the community, we've worked away of having a community-led, agency-supported approach to all of our work. And that is David will talk a little bit about the benefit that you're leveraging from every biodiversity dollar spent. That collaborative approach is we think, very, very valuable. The second framing comment I want to make is that biodiversity is a public good, and it needs sustained and ongoing attention. You can't blink for a minute, because if you want to lose your investment of tens of years of improving the environment, pest, weed control, it takes 2 minutes for reincursion to happen. And essentially, it's a bit like building something and growing something enormously special and then knocking it down. So those are sobering comments, but it is very important. In terms of our submission, we've begun by listing all of the things that the Trust has celebrated in the last few years, and the last LTP. And really, it's a celebration for it's a celebration for the council. And I should have introduced Andy Thompson here, who's supporting us from DOC, and David Miller from the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula program. Basically, we're hugely supported by the agencies and by the community. In terms of the submission, we support the council's aspiration towards a green and livable city, and also all goals relating to climate change, protecting and regenerating the environment. We do have some considerable concerns, and it may be there, but we can't see it. But the proposed removal of the Environment Partnership Fund supporting communities has been a source where most of the Conservation Trust has had its funding. There appears to be no provision for regional parks in the capital program. This is, we may not have got this right, because that's a huge concern because of the important role that the council's regional parks play in that whole connecting biodiversity corridors, recreation, ecotourism on Banks Peninsula. The 21 partner Te Kahukura program, which the Trust facilitates the work of, that funding has gone, and it seems extraordinary at a time when the Port Hills Fire, this community really works together to support landowners. It's never been more clear that we need funding to support that initiative. The Council's grant via the Environment Partnership Fund seems to have gone in terms of the Pest-Free Banks Peninsula Elimination and Feral Ungulate Program. David, I'm sure, will have something to say about that. And the removal of the Environmental Partnership Fund really takes away the support of the operational costs that you've funded us for several years. It keeps the lights on in the Trust, and helps us to facilitate these large-scale collaborations that we bring together. So in terms of and there's nothing that we can see about the explicit need to control weeds which threaten local ecosystems, and the council staff, you have expert people on the council staff in the parks team, will show you, who will tell you how the incursions are very concerning. Sorry, I'm getting over. So in brief, what we're asking for is the continuation of the annual contribution of $30,000, the continuation of an annual contribution to support the Te Kahukura program, the continuation of an annual contribution to support the very successful Pest-Free Banks Peninsula Elimination Program, and the continuation of an annual contribution of $40,000 to support the Feral Ungulate Program. These are all utterly crucial, and we have not asked for any more because of the constraints than the previous LTP. We would have loved to, but we just want to protect what we've got already. David.
Before David starts, Penny, I'd just like to say I really value all of your contribution, because you really stretch a dollar and really make it go as far as it possibly can. So thank you for what you're doing. Karen.
Thank you for that, David.
Well, kia ora everybody, and I'd like to start. I'm David Miller, and I have the privilege of chairing the project management group for Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. So I'm here speaking on behalf of them, and Andy Thompson is a member of that group, and we have many other 15 partner agencies helping us to do a good job. I'd also like to thank you all for the work you do. I feel a sense of overwhelming sympathy that you have 7,000 submissions to wade through, but we're grateful for the time and for the work you do on behalf of all of us, so thank you. The City Council was a foundational partner for Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. You signed the MOU in 2018 along with 13 other agencies, and the money you have pledged towards the program has had an extraordinary multiplier effect. We've seen relatively modest financial support matched again. So what started as a request for initially for $50,000 to get started has now grown to $13 million. But as Penny says, every dollar counts. Out of that 13 million, you'd think we were all driving luxury utes and electric ones, obviously. But actually, we need your $50,000 a year to keep basic administration of the program going, because everything else is going into operations. Speaking of operations, I'd like to make a shout out to your parks team and the many senior staff and councillors, the community board members and others who've been so supportive actively with us, and also for the use of the council's depot in Devauchel for extended wild site operations. As Penny referenced, we're concerned that the draft LTP is at best muted about the need to control pests. With the removal of the Environment Partnerships Fund from the LTP, your cash contribution to Pest Free, and particularly to our ungulate programs, has been discontinued. Because Andy's an expert on this, I'd like you to just talk about our prospects for feral pigs on the peninsula, Andy.
Sure. Kia ora koutou. What Penny said is correct. When the council invests a little bit, it gives me all the excuse I need to leverage a taxpayer fund and bring that out of Wellington and invest that on Banks Peninsula. With feral goats, we've obviously achieved a great success there and eliminated feral goats from Banks Peninsula. That's a cost that we never have to pay for again. It's gone. The next pest that we have firmly set on our sights is feral pigs. We've managed to get them contained. Containment is the first step in an elimination program. And this is something that conservation groups and farmers are working together on. Farmers don't want feral pigs. We don't want them either. We've already been able to leverage several $100,000 direct out of the Department of Conservation, because I think we can actually do something quite special here that hasn't been done elsewhere in the country. We have eliminated feral pigs on islands. We haven't done it on mainland New Zealand yet. We think we've got some pretty exciting methods, and I'll be bringing some people down from Wellington to look at those methods, and I'll be asking them to bring out their checkbooks. But it takes us all to work together as a team to do that.
Thank you, Andy. I'm aware that time's run out, Mr. Mayor, but if I could just make a concluding statement.
Yep, you're far away. Yeah.
Thank you. We've been thinking a lot about why the Pest Free program, in collaboration with all of our partners and administration through Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, matters. I'll tell you why. It has been an extraordinary magnet to generate and maintain community confidence and cohesion. It's quite remarkable. The Pest Free project is known peninsula-wide, indeed nationally, but people are proud of it and they're getting into it. You know, they're getting stuck in at schools, with businesses, and with property owners, both rural and urban. Secondly, it's adding to the science. It's amazing. I'm very fortunate that I work with specialists like Andy, but it's amazing what we don't know about so many of the pests we have and how best to get rid of them. The Pest Free project has been an ongoing, real-time experiment in how to clear a landscape of something like feral goats. That's extraordinary. And we were nominated for a national award for this last month. Finally, the thing I want to say is, under the administration of Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, the Pest Free program has brought together all of these active partners in conservation who would otherwise be competing for every dollar. Competition is a killer for backyard conservation efforts. It's a killer for landscape conservation efforts. So by supporting through your grants to Pest Free, you're helping to avoid that scourge so we can all focus on what we want to do and achieve the best outcomes for the peninsula and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the things I certainly agree with you is I've got a mate of mine, his young son. He looks like Daniel Boone heading out with these traps that he gets from Avon-Otakaro, the traps he gets from the men's shed, and he's out there whenever I'm there doing that. So if there's an influx of young people doing that, it's all got to help, because every one they get is one less you've got to worry about.
Exactly.
Okay, so I've got Andre, please. Did you have a question? Okay, Kelly.
As a keen feral goat hunter in Kaikoura, I spend quite a bit of money shooting up there and shooting goats. Do you look to facilitate access for private hunters who want to go and help in any way they can? Rather than just dock and the money required to do that, because I pay for myself. You know.
Yeah, I'm a keen hunter too, but there's a big difference between recreational hunting and eradication. The methods are completely different. The systematic approach has to be completely different. And to be frank, the level of skill set is quite different. So we have worked with NZDA and they come and help us do spotting. All the spotters on the hills we need are really important. But when it comes to the actual getting rid of the pests, we need people that are willing to walk past a mob of goats until they can get enough shooters there to get every last one, because the last goat has to be uneducated as the first goat. And that is quite a different methodology than recreational hunting. And because of that, we use very specialist skill set. And I'd love to be the person out there and have that skill set, but even I don't have that skill set.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, good answer.
Tyler? Mute, matey.
No, no.
Still on mute, Tyler.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Great. Thank you so much. Firstly, I just want to give a shout out to my colleagues. It's good to see your faces again. I just wanted to talk about the aforementioned requests for additions to the LTP. As mentioned in number 4 on one of your submissions for the Conservation Trust. So I was wondering if I can get some clarity from staff if there are proposed to be cuts, if there's any possibility to just review that in the future for when we close up the LTP.
No.
What is it? No staff.
No, I've run out of time.
It's just a question for staff to just review.
Yeah, okay. We'll look at that. No problem. Okay. So I've got Pauline and Tyrone.
Just quickly, you mentioned the 4 funds, the EPF, Te Kahukura, Pest Free and Feral Ungulate. All those have got no funding included in the LTP, that's correct? So you're therefore seeking 150k?
Yes, that's right. And look, it may be there, but we can't see it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you for a very important...
Thanks, Pauline. Made that way clearer.
Thank you, mate. Good on you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have Mark, please.
David, personal first.
I do have a personal submission on behalf of myself.
Didn't we just do that?
No.
I thought that was it.
No, sorry, that was a continuation of the eloquent pleading that preceded it. I'm making a personal submission on behalf of myself and my wife, Carol, who, with a grace and elegance I can't possibly match, has chosen to sit in the background. And I'm here to talk about an experiment we are proposing to help eradicate pig's ear from the peninsula. Pig's ear is a pretty plant that is puts out up to 4 million spores or seeds from one single plant every season, and it has come to hugely infest the sea cliffs around Banks Peninsula from Godley Head onwards, and it has created a real problem for landowners such as myself and those who joined us in this submission. So I'm representing 5 or 6 different landowners from Menzies Bay through to Little Akaloa. We've got a major problem with pig's ear, and what we're proposing is an experiment in its control. As I was saying earlier, although a hell of a lot is known about weed pests in New Zealand, it's surprising what isn't known. For example, optimal regimes for killing off these pests, the impact on native species. So how do we avoid that? What's the best way of delivering toxins to control these pests? So we've proposed a 3-part experiment. The first is to establish a rigorous monitoring program. We're simply landowners. We would rather invest in solid science, monitoring the impact of control approaches. Secondly, we're asking Christchurch City Council, as the owners of the sea cliffs in which the greatest seed stores are held, to undertake control by helicopter boom spraying of infested sea cliffs between Menzies Bay and Little Akaloa. And thirdly, we as productive landowners will implement pasture spraying inland from the sea cliffs at our own expense for the duration of the experiment. We're proposing a 3-year trial, and you might say, why is it so limited? Well, it's limited because there isn't enough money to go go further afield, we are told. You've got an excellent team with Di Carter and our friend Paul Devlin and many others, but pig's ear isn't high on the radar, and so we need to release some funding. We're asking you guys to please do your responsible land ownership by killing pig's ear where it is occurring on your land. We'll do the rest. We've costed out that we're actually approaching the Biodiversity Fund for a contribution of $30,000 for good detailed impact monitoring over 3 years, $10,000 a year. Landowner in-kind work will amount to $12,000 over the 3 years, and the cost of our landowner cash contributions in terms of spray and delivering spray on our land will be about $24,000. So the whole experiment will cost around $66,000, and we're just asking that the council could please do your part to help with this.
Okay.
The science we get from it will be immensely important for control of pig's ear around the rest of the Peninsula sea cliffs going forward. So we're hoping an empirical approach will be beneficial for the whole peninsula. Thanks.
Thank you, David. You managed to get 15 minutes out of all that, so you've done a lovely job.
Thank you. I'll take credit wherever it's coming from.
Good on you, man. Good on you. Okay, so now we've got Mark, please.
Do you want me to stay?
And you've got 10 minutes, Mark.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm Mark Christensen. I'm the chair of the Project Oversight Group for Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. Now, you've just heard from David with his previous hat on as the chair of the Project Management Group. Now, the Project Management Group is responsible for overseeing the operational delivery of the program. The Project Oversight Group, which I chair, is in the nature of a governance group looking at the program. Just to remind you, the members of the Project Oversight Group, we have a councillor from Environment Canterbury, your two councillors, Councillors Fields and Donovan on the committee. We have a councillor from the Selwyn District Council, the Regional Director of the Department of Conservation, representatives from both the Whaiva and Nanga on the peninsula and also from Tront. We have two roles in our oversight of pest-free. The first relates to Pest-Free Banks Peninsula, and I'm not going to repeat anything that David Miller has said around that, and I don't need to remind you, I'm sure, of the interrelationship between biodiversity and climate change. We have a dual crisis, not just climate change, but a biodiversity crisis. One of the ways in which we can achieve resilience around climate change is to be really smart around our regenerative economy and to ensure that our biodiversity is thriving. And that's the pest-free element is a critical element in that overall picture. So that's the first issue. In the submission we set out and really just saying in support of what you've heard from the Project Management Group. The second role of the Project Oversight Group is to facilitate the discussion around what we're calling towards pest-free Waitaha. And this is an extension of the Banks Peninsula work beyond the peninsula from perhaps years 2028, 2030 onwards, linking the peninsula to the Alps. It will be one of New Zealand's largest landscape scale pest control and eradication programs, principally between the Rakaia and the Ashley-Rakahura rivers. What I've set out in the submission is some asks around that as we plan this next step of what's going to happen after 2028 when the national central government funding ceases for Banks Peninsula pest-free. Critical to the success of anything beyond the Peninsula are two things in my submission. The first is the success of Pest-free Banks Peninsula itself. There is no sense in us diverting attention, diverting resources to doing things on the plains across the city if we're not able to link with a successful Banks Peninsula, because that is where the biodiversity it really is in a lot of ways. That's the first thing. And the success of Pest-free Banks Peninsula, I would suggest to you, is also contingent on the success of the Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust. And you heard from Penny about the necessity of the trust to continue its funding, not just on pest-free, but on a range of other conservation activities. The trust is the trust that it was the body that has, over the last 24 or so years, provided the glue, has provided the framework for being able to bring all of the parties and all the people that are working on conservation issues across the peninsula together into one. So it's critical, I suggest, that that organisation is well funded to do the things, and as you say, Mr. Mayor, every dollar's critical, and they do such a good job with stretching those dollars. So I've set out, as I say, I've set out in my submission some things which will be necessary to plan for this extended project. We're aware that of course, Environment Canterbury is proposing in its long-term plan an extended targeted rate across the urban part of the city for biodiversity, some of which would be available for this, but that in itself isn't going to be sufficient to do the sorts of things. We're talking multi-tens of millions of dollars, and I'm not suggesting that this is something that this council will be funding, but if you want to play your part like other cities, Wellington, Dunedin, New Plymouth, there are a number of others, then please be part of it. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Right, okay. So you finished both of them, have you?
So that's my submission on behalf of the Project Oversight Group.
So now you've got...
Now I'll move to my personal submission. I won't hold you up because
no, you're fine.
I simply want to make one point.
Yes.
And that's in relation, this is me as a private citizen. I've submitted in support of the Arts Centre's submission around their funding. I'm an avid follower of a lot of the art scene that happens through the Arts Centre as well as other places, and it's an important part of the cultural life. I know I harp on mostly about biodiversity, but the city's also, it's critical that from a community resilience point of view, we have strong art community, and that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Sam?
Thanks, Mark. And it's probably just on that last one, and feel free not to answer it. I'm just trying to get your understanding of the situation at the Arts Centre, given the public campaign. So I'd be really interested in your understanding of what's happening at the Arts Centre in terms of what we are or aren't doing. Can you just elaborate on that based off what you've seen? I just think it'd be really useful for council. Yeah. No,
it sounds like a test.
Sounds like one.
And I'm not. Like I say, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to understand your perception of the campaign and the issue they're facing.
Yeah. Look, no, I'm not going to answer it directly because I wasn't here when Philip did his presentation, so I didn't hear what he had to say about that.
Right. Okay.
So, I mean, I've known the Philip Aldred for a number of years around these things, so I'd support what he's saying. Yes, I'm not sure about sort of misinformation's out there or.
Oh no. I was just I guess what I was trying to get to was what's your understanding based off the public campaign.
Yeah, look, I haven't been part of it really.
No, good as well.
Fair enough.
Thank
too.
you. Yeah.
Pauline?
Mine's on your previous submission, if that's all right. So can you clarify the continuation of the salary of the community activator from March 2025 and then continuation of predator-free trust money, which ends in July 2025? Can you quantify how much both of those are, please, for me?
Not exactly, but I'll
Can you
provide that
send it
information, yes.
through?
Yeah, sorry, I might go wrong if I...
Does Mark know where to send that response through to?
We can contact him.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pauline. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. So next we have Karen, please. Hello.
So kia ora koutou, ko Karen tōku ingoa. I've made a personal submission today, and I've done to speak today, and I do this with three hats on. I was a public health physician who was involved in the urban development strategy for Christchurch in 2008, and my role then was looking at the health impacts of the urban development strategy. So I've done a lot of reading and thinking about what matters and what improves health outcomes. The second hat I've got on is I'm a avid cyclist. I don't have a car. I have a house with 4 tamariki, 4 kids, and a grandmother who's 88 years old, and we manage life without a car, but I've got ideas of how you could make my life easier. And the third thing is I'm a researcher. I've done a PhD in community mental health and resilience. I've studied the earthquakes in Christchurch and what makes communities thrive, and I want to give you some sort of recommendations about what you could do even better with a lot of good things you've already got in your long-term plan. Some of the things that I think you have done a really good job, if we start off thinking about the mental health crisis, one of the things I just want you to know is that 80% of health outcomes are determined outside of the health sector. So we can design fancier hospitals and get more cardiac care and, zappers and Brighton Beach, but actually what will make more of a difference is your long-term plan. And I really just want you to think, what do we do? Because actually the hands of Christchurch population is in the long-term plan. One of the biggest things that I found when I was involved with the Christchurch City Council and the health impact assessment is looking at how to build community connections. Some of the ways that happens is in looking at ways to help make people easy to meet each other, and some of the communities that did really well were those like Addington, like Inner City East, where there's good community cottages, where there's a really strong community gardens, and having infrastructure seems to make a really big difference. And so some parts of the country, like Papanui, didn't do as well as you would expect given the economic advantage that suburb has, because they didn't have such strong structures. And so that's one of the things I haven't seen enough of in what I've seen of the long-term plan. And I'd really rate you looking at how do we make it easy for communities to meet each other, build relationships, and that's what gets people through crises, because we're going to have floods and we're going to have lots of crises. The second big thing is to do more for active transport. I really love it that you've got a significant budgets for cycleways. I volunteer Aranui Bike Fix Up. I do lots and lots of supporting kids to bike more, but we do need more. I've had 2 fractures in the last 2 years because of pedestrians on cycleways. Oh, there's another fracture. So we really have got enough cyclists that we shouldn't be having people charging through Hagley Park on bicycles and scooters and feet. I think this is one of the leading cities. We've chosen with my husband to relocate here because we love the cycleways, but it's not, we need to do more. And then some of the other things which I think you all know, as well as single-use cycleways, but we need to make it easy. We have an e-tandem and we pick up my mother from the airport, but it's quite hard to get up Memorial Ave in a tandem with a trailer to carry the gear. It's quite hard to live without a car still in Christchurch. So, and when I teach at the university, I'm a lecturer at the University of Canterbury, the biggest thing that students talk about why they don't cycle, and it's really surprisingly few students who cycle, is safety. So I think there's lots more to be done, and I really, really support you putting more funding for cycleways, because we've got, as well as the climate crisis, we've got an obesity crisis, and we know that active transport makes a difference. And then my third big request is making public transport easier to use. I really love taking my dog out to the beach, but I can't get the dog on the bus. And when I had these broken arms last year, I couldn't get myself and the dog out to the beach. That's just a minor thing, but there's lots of ways to make buses more useful. So as someone without a car, I really think that some of the biggest things you could do is increase the rates of parking in the central city. That's worked really, really well in Singapore and London. I know that most people don't like the idea of parking prices going up, but we've got to do something to stop car use. I also think that there's lots of other things you could do, like just make less parking available, make it more and more difficult to go by car. So I'll stop there and just let you know that I really think that your long-term plan's got lots of great things, but you have got in your hands is the health of Canterbury, and really support you doing things that improve health outcomes.
Wonderful, Karen. Thank you very much. Right on time. Thank you. Okay, so we have Mary, please. Hello, how are you?
Hi, good, kia ora. I'm just going to have a drink of water. So, thank you. Thank you for all your hard work, everybody. It must be hard trying to balance all the books and trying to give everyone their share of the pie. Everyone wants a share of the pie. I made my submission as a personal submission, but I'm here as a pirate because it was as a pirate that I was given a civic award 2.5 years ago. And along with all the other amazing people that we heard about and learned about that night that are doing great work in the city, we were so proud to be part of a city that respects the community arts. So I'm here to say what the Arts Centre means to me. And I'm afraid I'm a bit hard of hearing. I didn't catch what was said about the Arts Centre just now, but my understanding, this may be incorrect according to what you said, my understanding is that the Arts Centre requires 1.8 million a year to keep going, and that if this is not forthcoming, that it will close. Is that not correct?
No, that's exactly what they've said.
That's essentially correct.
Well, it's what they've said.
That's what they say.
I'm a bit hard of hearing these days, but anyway, I get by. So I just want to say what the Arts Centre means to me. When I first came to this country in 1983, my husband was proud to take me to his old university campus, and I saw these beautiful buildings with Gothic archways and made me feel a bit less homesick for England. And then through the 80s, I attended fringe festivals where performing artists from all over the country came and shared ideas. There was a creative ferment going on. And then we started performing at the Arts Centre and performing regularly at the markets. We performed in both quadrangles. We performed in the Great Hall several times. We rented rooms. We did St George and the Dragon plays in the quadrangle. And right up until the early 2000s, we were regular performers at the Arts Centre in so many different capacities. In those days, we weren't pirates. We were mainly jesters, storytellers, and puppeteers and musicians, and all those things were able to be expressed there. Then the earthquake happened, and the Arts Centre was closed down, and it was felt like such a loss. The Arts Centre, apart from being a place where we could perform, it was a place we always took visitors, and they were always so impressed by what was available there. So the Arts Centre was repaired. It was amazing to be back there again, to be in the Great Hall. And since that time, we've been using the Arts Centre a lot. And they have a very dynamic new events planner who've put on some wonderful things. Like in the past year, we've had our grandchildren from Auckland. They've done a workshop on instrument making. They've seen some African dancing. We've been to see a concert of Islamic music, a classical concert, a pop concert. We've been to great movies at the Lumiere cinemas. We've been to a talk on astronomy. We've been to talk on, what's his name? Riccarton. Lots and lots of things going on at the Arts Centre. It's a place of real diversity. And that's what is so important to me, is that artists of all stamps can come there, their ideas can fuse, and that's where the magic happens. That's where people meet and connect and creativity is sparked. And often these things are free, they don't cost a lot of money, they're available to the city. Now, to me, I'm not a rugby fan. To me, that's more important than the stadium. My husband is an avid rugby fan, but he likes watching rugby on the TV. because you get a better view. But we will be using the art centre until we are too old to move. And honestly, to me, if the City Council can't support the Arts Centre, to me, a bit of magic has gone out of this city.
Okay, we've got time for one quick question from Sarah, please.
Thanks so much, Mary. As someone who's spent a lot of time at the Arts Centre, sort of pre-quake and then post-quake, do you see a difference in the community that's created now? Is it more diverse than it used to be, or is it sort of roughly the same?
Well, I have to say lately, I think it's more diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've been very impressed with the programs that are being put on, and really looking forward to grandchildren coming down next holidays and seeing what happens in Kids Fest, because I know it'll be something amazing and interesting, educational and inspirational.
Thanks.
Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you very much for taking the time. Okay, Bailey, please. Waiting there patiently.
Kia ora koutou, mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Bailey Perry tōku ingoa. Hi everyone, a lot of you know me already. I actually want to give you a chance to ask some questions first. I'm going to assume you're going to read my submission. Anyone want to ask some questions up front? Otherwise I've got a presentation I want to rip through.
Rip through the presentation. We're good, thank you.
So I'm here representing Ko Mahi Ko Ora. It's an entity set up within the umbrella under the guardianship of Te Pae o Rākai Hautu and Nōku Te Ao. The same Nōku Te Ao and Te Pae o Rākai Hautu Council Fields he just supported to progress with a land purchase in Diamond Harbour. The same entities that have been managing 30 hectares in the red zone. So my role within this whānau is my same old tricks, building compost and building gardens and working with the kids. It's just taken on quite a substantially larger dimension to it and forming a partnership across obviously my world view in Te Ao Pākehā and working alongside Te Ao Māori and Kaitahutanga, which has been phenomenal, and we're just getting started, which is pretty cool. If you don't know about these two entities, you should, and there's a bit more in my submission. What Ko Mahi Ko Ora does, we're training generations of future kaitiaki, and all we're really doing is focusing on the soil. But the holistic framework of teaching and learning through Te Pae o Rākai Hautu gives them just a much deeper, like I think of the soil substrate, and then there's a cultural landscape that's all omnipresent throughout that. So it's got really high energy, high impact, high potential, and it's high performance already. But the objective specifically with the Kai side of it is to feed 1,000 kids a day, 1,000 whānau and kids a day. Currently 250 eat hot meals for lunch every day, and a decent chunk of that's coming out of our gardens. Well, we were digging up the field, so we've got some more land in the red zone, and long story short, we've grown our capability even further in the last 4 years. Obviously, we're standing on the shoulders of whakapapa and mātauraka that knows how to do this stuff, that knows this landscape. All of Waitai is abundant, has memories of that. It's lost connection with the whenua, it's lost connection with the skills. And so that's part of my job is reconnecting this sort of stuff. But these kids up here, this is them the other day, they can put hundreds of plants in the ground in half an hour. They're 5 and 6 years old. So it's a lean, mean machine, and that's not to say nothing of the rest of the whānau. The composting side of things, we've gone from 40 kgs a day out the back of the wharekai into the mata. Now we can do over 4 tonnes in a day. And this is all good with ECAN as well, by the way. So just the scale of where we're headed is bigger and bigger and bigger, and our vision in the next 5 years is really to start to tackle land remediation on a landscape scale, such as in the red zone, where you've got huge issues with the soil, huge costs to get it out of there. The methods we're developing treat the soil in situ, and I think there's huge potential for massive cost savings there. And in the long term, your staff are aware of this as well. In the long term, there's all sorts of managed retreat got to happen there. So big work, and you need to invest in it now. I'm hearing the staff saying, I wish we were treating the land in this way 10 years ago, just in the red zone, but let alone the type of remediation tasks you have on your hands. So, I mean, really, a partnership would be awesome. I don't know where you pull that from, but we don't need much. But the thing that's worked really well for Te Pā engaging with the Ministry of Education of late is we've just been resourced to actually have regular good conversation and build good partnership there. So that's what I'm here to ask for of anything, but also just let you know that's what I'm up to. And
Okay, well done. I've got two questions, but Kelly was first. Sorry, Tyler.
Thanks, Bailey. You talk about the last 4 years, you've leased 30 hectares within the red zone. Do you want to just explain exactly where that is?
Between Brighton Road and McBratney's Road, we've focused on a 3 hectare portion within that, but it was part of investigating possibility of establishing Te Pā there, but we're going to continue on with the Mahingakai restoration efforts.
And so you're currently still negotiating with the red zone team as to an extension
it'll
of
be
that lease?
round 3 of lease renewals. Yeah.
Okay.
Very
Thanks.
good. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Couple
Okay. Andrew, please.
Kia ora. Just set up. So I have to read my notes. I haven't really prepared. I prepared in the last half an hour. It's been a busy day. I had lots of other emergency things going on. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. Sorry, I'm talking about the Arts Centre now. Save the Arts Centre. Right. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this very undeniably very important issue for Christchurch. The Arts Centre has to be one of the most important city gems for all the people of Christchurch. My name is Andrew Eden Jones and I'm a New Zealand citizen and live in Woolston. I'm married and have 3 sons. I emigrated to New Zealand in 2013 and worked at the City Mission supporting homeless men for 9 months. After that, I supported the Christchurch rebuild as a project manager for 2 years, then worked at the New Zealand Defence Force for 7 years until February this year, where I joined my partner's Thai massage business as a business development manager and all-round gopher. In May 2020, my partner and I started a pop-up Thai massage business in the Arts Centre. We rented a wee alcove, and after a reasonably good year, we moved to a larger shop in the Arts Centre. We now employ 2 full-time therapists, 2 part-time laundry and admin staff, so the shop all in all supports 6 people financially. And obviously there is a wider economy impact from that. The Arts Centre is a great place to work, and the Arts Centre community is wonderful. I can't thank the Arts Centre enough for the opportunity it gave us to let us grow our business. Having worked in government agencies for 17 years as a project manager in infrastructure works, I understand the work required to rebuild the Arts Centre. It's a phenomenal job. Epic. The Arts Centre board have done an incredible job so far, and all I can see at the moment is the Christchurch City Council pulling the plug on that. All that hard work for the purposes of what? Taking over? The battle for the Arts Centre is between those that have done an incredible job to date and the City Council. Having worked in both the public and private sector, most people will understand that a public sector takeover would be at best very expensive for all concerned, and at worst disastrous for the Arts Centre. The Arts Centre is a hotbed of business and arts joining together without the controls that would be put in place by any public sector entity. It seems that by not partially funding the Arts Centre, because we're not looking for, the Arts Centre isn't looking for full funding, it's just looking for partial funding. The Arts Centre, it seems that by not partially funding the Arts Centre, the City Council are on some sort of very expensive, demoralising adventure where nobody will win. It will be lose-lose. Please keep partially funding the Arts Centre. It's taken the Arts Centre board over 200 million to get this far. It doesn't need a takeover by the City Council.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Tim, please, and Mel?
The only people that have mentioned the council taking it over is the Arts Centre. So just to let you know. Yes.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I also understand is there's an act that says the City Council or a government body needs to keep the Arts Centre going for the public good, for the people of the Christchurch, for the people of New Zealand. So one way or the other, someone's going to have to fund it.
Well, yeah,
so if this is a City Council pulling the funding, who else is going to do it?
Yeah.
Who else is going to step in? I can't see another organisation stepping in, can you?
Yeah,
Melanie?
I was just going to start by making it a question, did you know? I guess, did you know that what council was trying to do is we're trying to ascertain how much funding the Arts Centre requires? I don't think there's any doubt that this council wants to fund the Arts Centre. It's about finding what the right value is, and that part has been difficult. But that's my question: is did you know that the sorry? There's no doubt that we probably will fund it, and we already are anyway. It's just about finding the right amount.
Oh, well, that's not the story I've been told.
That's right.
I've been told.
Thank you.
Yeah, but hold on. The long-term plan, we're not even mentioned.
That's
right?
The council have also said
you say that now, but actually, people say a lot of things.
Yeah.
The long-term plan, we're not in it.
Yeah, council voted not to include funding, so yeah.
No.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Luke.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just a point. There's going to be a lot of oral submissions about the Arts Centre. It's just, I'm not sure how this is going to go if each of them sort of, in some ways, get grilled on things. Like, we're here to hear them out. They're not going to know all of our line items and everything else. So if we're going to approach each of those submissions with questioning each one on their knowledge and this and that, I'm just not sure if that's achieving what we're here to do, which is at this point to listen to.
People will be judged on their questions. It's the democracy. Yeah.
Okay, well, if we want to grill people and put people off coming in the future, and that's fine. It's just some I wanted to point out.
In
anyway,
a democracy, people can ask questions, and they will be judged on their questions as
sure.
long as they're within.
Okay,
scope.
if that's the way I want to approach the next few dozen oral submissions, then great. I'm just pointing it out.
Across
Okay,
the world,
all right.
So, yeah.
Is that the way we're going to do it?
Okay.
Fine.
Luke,
It just won't be very helpful. That's all.
Welcome. Yeah.
Well, good news, I'm not here to talk about the Arts Centre. I'm also not here to talk about cycleways. I appreciate the time that you guys have all taken to be here today. And I don't need to remind you of how important this is, but thank you anyway. The reason I'm here today is to talk about West Christchurch, and more specifically Sockburn Park and the Sockburn area in general. Back in 2006, 2007, the council demolished the outdoor pool facilities in this area. It took another almost 17 years to then demolish what was left of it, which is the paddling pool. That was a mess. And then almost 18 years to actually have a swimming complex in the West. I would like to see increased funding for the Sockburn Park and former service centre site, which still isn't fully demolished. I know Councillor Harrison Hunt has done quite a lot of work on ensuring there is funding in the plan for Sockburn. But I am asking today to increase that funding so we can actually have an area that we're proud of, but also looking at creating what I would call a green spine. So we already have the land in the area, so we have the former service centre site. This is already fenced off. My idea would be turning it into some sort of a dog park or something else. There's room there for parking, so people can go there. There's public transport routes. There's 2 different buses that go past it. Actually, there's more than that. There's 3 or 4. But I would like to see that the service centre site is retained into council ownership rather than divvying it up and handing part of it back to Crown. But my idea of the green spine is we look at increasing our tree canopy cover in Sockburn Park and the service centre site and increase our planting from there all the way up through where the new cycleway is in Taggart Park. So then you can look at a map and you can see there is literally a green spine in the middle of West Christchurch. That is all from me. Nice and easy.
Okie dokie. Has anyone got any questions of Luke? Pardon? Don't start this time of the night. Yep, far away. Oh, sorry, Tyler.
And Pauline.
You're on mute again, Tyler.
Doing it again.
Far away.
Kia ora, Luke. I wanted to give you a shout out, man. You've done some amazing work in the area already. And I appreciate you for advocating for this. I just wanted to ask you around the future generational kind of things, particularly around the potential of light rail going through there. Do you envision anything around the light rail spine coming from Hornby across to Riccarton? What do you envision for that if there is going to be one?
So
that spot, particularly that spot, the old service centre spot.
Yep. So depending on where light rail is and depending on where it goes, we're probably 30 years away from it. We could look at having that area as an easy accessible area to light rail, depending if we use the existing rail assets that are there, which are not only that far away. So integrating, tying that into that green space as well. So there is somewhere where you can get off a train, you can go get on a bus, and then there's a green space where you can go and relax and enjoy. You can go kick a ball out with the kids and all those little bits and pieces.
So to reiterate, your view is to hold on to that piece of land for it to be strategic.
Absolutely.
Just in case anything. Okay, great, thanks.
Yep, absolutely.
And Pauline, please.
Thank you. And just noting that Councillor Harrison Hunt had 2 questions there, but anyway. So I'll just roll all mine into one. Have you, this sounds like this needs a kind of a master plan thing around Sockburn Park area, and are you working with the local community board? Have you done a deputation there, and have you taken your ideas there, and have you got them activated to get onto this?
So I've spoken to the community board about it before, and I've worked with Tyler, and I've mentioned it to Tyler before. We're both residents of Sockburn, so there's a shared common interest there to ensure that we make the place a better place as well. But yes, definitely working with the community board. I've established a residents association, received funding from council to go out and actually go to our community and see what they want to do and build on that.
Awesome.
Thank you very, very much. No.
It's dinner time, Mark. I won't hold you all up.
Thank you very much for the time and effort you put in.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Enjoy dinner, guys.
Guys, we'll be back here at 6:35.
Yeah, and we've got through that back.
Yeah, and we've got those people waiting. So thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Have we got Matt and Jay Harris here, please? The floor is yours. And Oliver's with you, is that right? Have I reading that right? Thank you.
Ollie's partner Amanda has unfortunately been delayed. But, so we are neighbours. Jay and I live at 132 Taupada Street in Redcliffs, and Ollie and Amanda live behind us at 232 Taupada Street, which you can see there on the screen. And we just wanted to talk to you about the red zone area just in there. You see that there with that?
Yes,
yep.
yes.
So it's the existing red zone, which is primarily access to this red zone area behind, which is now pretty much defunct land because you've actually got a geotechnical bund all across there protecting from the area behind. So there's really nothing happening here except the council have costs to maintain that access and such. So we wanted to record that we are in favour of the council reviewing the use of these sorts of red zone areas, but we noticed that this particular area is not in the LTTP as one of the zones to be reviewed. And we would really love to work with council about how we might look at the use of those driveways to release some of that area as a boundary adjustment to our sections as neighbours. Bit of a win-win for everyone, really. Reduce maintenance costs for yourselves, income from the share for the sale of that red zone area to us, increase property values, increase rates, etc. So yeah, very much in favour of this sort of use of those red zone lands being in the LTTP, and we'd love to see that happen for
Absolutely.
us.
So down the back where it says 30B.
Down here, yes.
There.
Yeah.
That is, what is that? Is that?
That's all red zone. That's not able to be used. In the
Okay,
future.
and that there's a bund or something across 30D.
That's right. So actually, if I move to the next one here, this is the sort of thing we're talking about. You can still get access from these other lots from here, both sides. So you can still maintain those other lots, but we're just hoping we might be able to get the opportunity to adopt these driveways here.
Yep.
Just for access.
Yeah, just for access, really, and increase our lot sizes.
Well, I can, yeah. In my little bit of experience, it probably costs more to chop it off than what the land is worth. So, but if someone wants it, it's, as you quite rightly say, we don't have to maintain it, and as long as it's not stuffing up access to something else, which I'm sure it doesn't look like it is.
No, that's right, and hopefully it will increase amenity for us as well. So we sort of see it as a win-win, really.
Because we're a shared driveway.
That doesn't really. I don't think that needs to be LTP stuff. We can just sort of quietly work on it anyway.
Yes, well, I thought that at the highest level, we're just recording that we support the use of the red zone being reviewed in the LTTP, but also a strong signal to council that we're keen to talk.
Absolutely. No, I see no problems. Anyone else got any questions? You can't beat common sense.
Indeed.
Don't remind me of that in 2 years' time when nothing. Okay, so that's noted, and thank you very much. And sorry you had to come all the way and just tell us that, but really appreciate it.
No trouble. We're here anyway.
Good on you, Ed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
See ya. Here we go. Yeah, we're good. Okay, David and Louisa.
It's just David. I'm with Prue.
What have we got, Sam?
Just David.
All right, just David. Sorry. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. So I'm sure that you're well, hopefully you've read at least part of my submission. The main theme of it really was to fund the arts centre. And you've probably heard a few people turning up to...
One or two.
Yes, yeah, just a few of us. And I guess the other part of my submission really was about looking into alternative ways of funding the council, maybe along the lines of congestion charging, kind of future-proofing us from traffic problems, or changing the way that we rate rental properties, that would be able to provide more funds into the council without cutting the services that make the city really nice for people that aren't quite so well off. Which is the probably one of the better things about Christchurch is that if you're growing up and your parents aren't so well off, you do have access to just fantastic council facilities, and maintaining those would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much. Do you want to ask your question on why what's your take on the Arts Centre problem?
As I understand it, there's the Arts Centre is being looked at as a it's a well-functioning kind of a thing. It's just that it's got very old buildings that are very, very difficult to maintain. Well, not to maintain, to insure. So I think the Arts Centre's main problem there is that they have a huge insurance bill and aren't able to match that with the funds that they get in from the side of it. But the Arts Centre's got a lot of things going for it that aren't problems in terms of being able to provide a space that's dedicated to artists to really go out and do their thing and to make the city far more vibrant and pleasant to live in.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Every submission says everyone loves the Arts Centre. We've just got to look at the way it's operating.
Yes, yeah.
Pauline.
And it's not about the Arts Centre, but in your submission you're proposing that we don't sell any surplus land but lease it.
Oh, right. Did I write that?
Is that your...
She's trying to get you a trick question.
Sorry, maybe I've got my why. Maybe it's not you. I think it's you.
It might have been. It might have been something that I put in there without realising.
Yeah.
1522 is the number.
I mean, that's what some people say. Don't sell anything, but
Well, leasing things seems like a better idea than selling it in terms of being able to utilise it further off in the future.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is anyone else? Yes, Melanie.
Assuming I've got the right one too, but I think you've put here about unoccupied residential buildings attracting a business.
Yes, that would be the one.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Oh yeah. Well,
my parents wouldn't like that with their empty house.
Well, my view on unoccupied residential land is that, especially if you've got houses that don't have people in it, then those people aren't able to contribute to the economy. And if so, all of a sudden the cafes won't be able to do quite as well. And as well as that, the newsstands, and as well as that, it kind of deprives me of people to get to know, which is takes away from kind of the pulse of the city. So I'm very much for if someone's going to buy a whole bunch of residential property and to not put people in it, then they should be rated in a way that discourages that kind of behaviour. So I'm very much for there being more people in the city. And having more of a heartbeat to the place, because the city is the thing that makes the city great is the people.
It is people. That is dead right. Okay, Mark, please.
I was fascinated by your solid waste comment.
Oh,
I don't know how well that'll fly with the people of Bromley. Enough said.
Yes, that's fair enough. I think part of the submission really was along the lines of. If you're going to put a lot of people, or if you're going to fund something, there needs to be a group of people that are really behind it. And if you've got a group of people that are able to say, yes, we would like to fund something, the council then coming in and saying, oh, we'll come the rest of the way, rather than just the council saying, yes, we'll fund something 100%. Just seems like it's ridiculous. The people, there needs to be a bit of skin in the game from the people who are enjoying the services or that are pushing for something to happen. And I think a good example of that is the Arts Centre, who have been able to produce quite a large amount of funds through their own fundraising and through trying to get everything going. They really just need a bit of help to keep it going.
Understand. No problem. Well, there's no more questions, so thank you very much for going to the effort of coming in.
Oh, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Righto. Now we have Anthony, please. Good to see you, young fella.
Yes, I tried to sort of dress in a sort of downtown, so I can correct with everything. Thank you very much, everybody. The primary thing that I worry about is your rates increase, which is double inflation, and actually it's totally unsustainable for most houses, most businesses. My typical increase in rent, if you want to know, is about 2.5%. At the moment, I'm having to do 0%, because they just say OPEX, which is your operating expenses and rates, is the biggest thing there for me, is unsustainable. So I've made a whole lot of suggestions about how you could reduce rates and make savings. So I looked at the government that has said they want to see 25% drop in their staff numbers across the board. I think councils should be doing a similar thing. Won't make everyone happy, but actually you've got to cut your cloth to what you can afford, and 14% rates rise is not affordable. There's also a case of what's essential and what's nice to have. I think you should be aiming at what's essential and forget about the nice to haves, because they're not there. You've just got to let them ride. Then you've got I talk about non-essential city assets that we really should be looking to ask you to sell things off, like your bus depot, that you don't own the red bus any longer. Why have you got that land? It's just a great big fat asset sitting there waiting to be liberated. You've got sections all over the city where you've done road widening. Classic example is the corner of Fendalton Road and Glandowie Road. There's a section there. It's been left blank for about 20 years. You have to mow it every 2 weeks. Why not sell it and get somebody to put a house on it? It just doesn't make sense. It's not big enough for a park or anything. So I say they're all over the city. The council should not be land banking. It needs to keep essential assets and get rid of whatever is not there. There's two ways of sort of trying to cut your cloth. You cut your expenses down, and then you try and say what is not essential and get rid of them. So that's what I'm a great believer in doing that. I had to do that with my terrace buildings. I owned 12 buildings at the time of the earthquake. I now own about 3. So I had to compress it. We looked at things like the basic underground base isolation. Forget it. It's too expensive. It's gold plated. You know, you'll see in my submission I comment about the cathedral who are looking for council funding or general funding. I think they're gold plating it. They need to say, do they need the town now? Do they need a visitor centre? Do they need to base isolate? No. They should be putting it to one side. Cathedrals are normally built over 100 years, not over 2 or 3 years. I also worry about, I see there's been a huge amount of activity talking about the arts centre, and the arts centre is going to die. No, it's not. Your 24 full-time managers there need to go, the whole lot. I have a rent roll greater than what the arts centre has. The arts centre has 2 million rent roll. My rent roll is 2.6. I have 2 staff for that, me and 1 other at the moment. And that's how you should be trimming down. They would make a huge amount more money. Put it out private enterprise. There's plenty of businesses that would look after their arts centre. They, run their own security and everything else. Shouldn't be doing that. There's professionals out there. Don't charge for the car parking they have there. That's crazy in my books. The car parks are let, it's generally $70 a week plus GST, and they're all freebies there. Hey, don't park there, everybody. It's a freebie. It's all wrong. So I would just say, and I leave you with the rest of that. I'm here to answer any questions, and like I said, I've got 41 seconds.
All right. Yes, Kelly.
Yeah, just interested in your view on the protests in the city, because you've mentioned that. Can you say something about that?
Yes, in order to have a protest, you actually have to lodge it with council. And we get these notices, and they're all aimed at the Bridge of Remembrance. I don't have a problem with that, except that they turn up with loud megaphones and talk to everyone with their megaphones jammed in their ear. And that's also where all our tourists get dropped off from cruise ships. And the first thing they do is go and attack them all. That's not a good look for the city. I say, look, have them in Cathedral Square. Your people who you're talking to will want to come and listen to you in Cathedral Square. Don't use our clients as your client base. So not good for the city. I think we need to stop allowing them to use the Bridge of Remembrance as the calling card.
Tyler, you got a question there, mate?
Will I mute?
Yep.
Kia ora, Anthony, thanks for that. I'm just looking at your point number 4 around the CBD street days for cleaning. Just for clarity, is it Saturday morning, like 3 a.m. kind of street cleaning, or are you
No,
sort of
normal
get
hours.
some-
Normal hours. I just say instead of doing it Friday, do it Saturday. No change in cost, just change the day that you do it. Because Friday night is a very busy place for hospitality. And that's where you get a lot of the mess. And so we've got our...
Oh yeah, I'm meaning, sorry, Anthony, I'm meaning, so Friday, are you meaning Saturday morning, like late Friday night, early Saturday morning?
No,
street
I'm
cleaning?
saying normal Saturday time. Nothing
Saturday,
happens before 10 in the morning.
Yep.
Okay. Brilliant. Tim, here, we're ahead of time.
With regards to the comments about getting rid of staff, so everything would slow down that we do because of the number of staff because I would suggest that some of the government departments kind of loaded up over the last decade or so, but I don't believe we have, because people keep stealing our staff. So what would you, as a developer and dealing a lot with the council, what would your view be if, say, suddenly we were going to add, the timeline with regards to your dealing with council increased? That's the only way to do it.
What I used as an example there, consenting department, where we've got a lady in consenting who's bent on the disabled access. She actually doesn't know what the rules are. They're very simple. You just follow them. But no, she wants us to have a disabled bar, a lowered bar. Disabled people actually, we do table service there. But table service, you've got to serve food. Well, I can't have a liquor license without serving food. So they just don't understand. So that's the sort of person who's wasting time. And there's a lot of those. And I just say, I think you need to look very hard at staff levels, because I think there's a lot of wastage. There's some very good people, but there's also some wasters. She's a waster.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Lovely.
Good on
Thank you very much.
Good to see you. Okay, Prue there, please. Sorry, far away.
Kia ora koutou. Hello to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Prue Miller. I'm the current chair of the Governor's Bay Jetty Restoration Trust. With me is one of the Trust's founding board members and recent Civic Award winner, Louisa Eads. Our PowerPoint shows the jetty timeline and just some of the community effort that went into the rebuild. The jetty is rebuilt now, and it's being used by the community and people of Christchurch more than we could have imagined. We'll let the photos do the talking about the rebuild. Our deputation today focuses on the hard facts and cost to council, a big topic right now. We start with a plea from the children at Governor's Bay School back in 2016. Sorry, need some sound. It's not changing up there.
Aha, yes.
Okay.
Take two.
Could we please have some money to repair the jetty? When the jetty is repaired, we'd like to do some dancing on it.
We are here today to tell you about a project that has been completed well under original council costings. In 2014, the council estimated it would cost $7.8 million to rebuild the Governor's Bay Jetty. In 2022, the Trust's tendered cost to rebuild the jetty was just $3.5 million.
Here we are, 10 years on, after a period of massive uncertainty and construction cost increases.
with a rebuilt jetty that will last another 100 years. The final rebuild cost was $3.8 million. If you approve our request, the final cost to the council is $1.9 million. That's less than a quarter of $7.8 million, which was the original estimate. Who here can point to a recently completed public asset which cost the council less than 25% of the original estimate? We have also suggested a way to minimise OPEX for the council, and you can read about that in our written submission.
I hear everyone ask, how could it be that cheap? It was because the council put this project in the hands of a capable community group.
There is community ownership.
We have skin in the game. Our focus was on getting the most efficient design at the best cost and to cut out any scope creep. Okay, we did add a ramp at the end, but we did pull back on the cocktail bar.
It's led by volunteers.
Our board members are not paid for the many, many hours of expertise and governance that they provide. This represents a massive cost savings.
We're accountable to our friends and neighbours.
The Trust board members are part of the Governor's Bay community, and we feel accountable and answerable to our neighbours.
We hope our successful partnership with the council will encourage other community groups to make their own projects happen. Indeed, once the jetty loan is paid off, I plan to write a book called The Jetty, or How We Did It, or something like that. Imagine the cost savings if partnerships like ours meant that the council could build assets for 25% of their estimated cost again and again. But there's a catch. Groups like ours need the council to be seen to support them. A 50-50 funding split is fair, and that's what we're asking for. Although we have paid over $1.6 million towards the jetty rebuild, the Trust still has $288,000 to reach its 50% of the final cost. To fundraise, we need to be able to tell the public that the council is paying 50%. We also need to be able to say the money that people give us is not being used to pay interest on a council loan. Equal sharing with council and zero interest will reduce the risk of the Trust not being able to repay the loan in full.
We would like to thank past and present councillors. Without your support at critical times, this project could have been shelved. We ask now that the council resolve to grant our requests set out in our submissions to the long-term plan. To summarise, these are:
1. The council pays $153,977, which is the remaining 50% of the final cost, and
2. The council repay the loan interest that the Trust has paid so far, which is $22,750. And
3. The council reduces the interest rate on the community loan to nil.
We understand the financial pressures the council is under. We suggest your final contribution is split into 3 equal amounts over the next 3 years. We will finish with some words from the children from our first video back in 2016. They are now teenagers and loving the jetty.
Thank you to the Trust and the Council for rebuilding our jetty.
Many thanks for listening, and we welcome any questions.
Absolutely, and thank you. And look, time has stood still for you. Is there any questions, please? Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you. Do you want to build the Akaroa Wharf?
Maybe next year.
You're a bit tired.
No, just to commend you for the work that you've done and for the submission. So I know there's been a lot of people that have contributed. So yeah, thank you for coming in and taking the time to come back to us.
Yep. Yep. And Sam?
So just to clarify, we'll get specific advice back on this. Yep. Cool. Oh, no, I just want to make sure we're getting specific advice back on their request so we can consider it.
Yes, absolutely.
And maybe as part of that, it would be good to test whether the Capital Endowment Fund, I don't know whether it does, but whether something like that would also be a facility.
Some options for council.
Thank you.
Okay. Erin?
Yeah, and thanks for bringing reasonable solutions to the table, like you've done that the whole way through, and that's commendable. And you've done that again today. So a lot of people don't. They just put the hand out and go, council can pay. But you guys said, well, you offered a better solution because you would deliver the whole project and did it. And so we'll get you started on Parakiori in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it'll all be in my book.
Mark, please.
Thank you for coming in. I don't know if you're aware, but I took your jetty model and used that in the Yaldhurst Memorial Hall example that's in the LTP. So good work and thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
And you kept going and didn't take no for an answer, so good on you. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Right, so we'll do Don now, shall we?
Yeah, I don't think Lyon is here. Oh, he's just come in.
Lyndon? Yeah, ready to go, man. Good timing.
Any of these microphones work, do they? Yeah. Right, that's a bit of a rush. Didn't realise how hard it was to get a car park at this hour night. It took me 25 minutes to get from Riccarton.
You're preaching to the converted here.
Right, everyone, I'm Lyndon Telfer. This is my first time here, so go easy on me. My submission on the 10-year plan isn't about asking for extra money. In fact, it's the complete opposite. It's about making sure rates are affordable for all. Now, I think I've got these numbers right. Everywhere I look, I find different numbers. I say the proposed rates rises of 16% next year, 8% the year after, and 58% over the next 10 years. In my mind, are astonishingly high and for many, completely unaffordable. Now, just taking my own personal situation, I'm not about to retire, but if I was to retire, my current rates are 21% of New Zealand superannuation. I think you might have heard this before, looking at some of the faces around the table here. And in 10 years' time, there'll be 28% of superannuation. And that just assumes a standard 2% rate increase to superannuation. And the hideously meagre $750 rates rebate, which we've had for many, many years, it's been fixed. So I'll ask you a question, I don't expect an answer. It's, is it acceptable for someone to be spending 28 to 30% of their superannuation just on rates? Now, each time rates go up, you tell us it's just another $8 or $10 per week for an average value house. But the problem is we get told that every year. Now, so I'm here to encourage you to make some tough decisions and say no to the many individuals, community and special interest groups that will lobby you to spend more money. Now, I'm sure they'll make emotional pleas for more money, but you need to balance that benefit for the small group against the cost to all ratepayers. Look, the reality is that most Christchurch people simply want affordable rates. Now, when I speak to family, friends and colleagues at work about these rates rises, they say there's nothing we can do about it. And I say to them, well, have you made a submission? So you guys around the table here can hear the balanced viewpoint of the minority, probably I suspect like myself, that are prepared to get up and speak in front of you. Now, the reality is most of them will never make a submission, even though I send them links, send them my submission, say, hey, look, it's not that bad. But anyway, look, just by way of example of where you could possibly save some money and some things to encourage you thinking differently. For instance, if you trim 10% from the proposed $1.6 billion fund for road, footpath and road infrastructure budget over the next 10 years, I suspect most of us wouldn't even notice. And I think also the consequences of a failure for a footpath or a road surface are much lower than if you defer likes of a water pipe renewal. We can live with a pothole on the road for a few days, well, we do anyway. So, look, I work for government and I'm going through changes at work at the moment, and I think one of the important things you do, and I said in my job at the moment, is that if you need to get rates rises down, yes, you can go to your managers and ask where they can find cost savings, but I actually challenge you to actually get external people in to look at it, because no manager wants to cut their budget because it affects them and their staff, and no one likes doing that. One other plea here is I think you need to focus really on must-have work. This is the absolute must-haves, and that's projects, looking at projects that could, and by focusing on that, I think you'll find projects that can be deferred or simply scrapped. Now, look, you'll receive reports from council staff saying that something's at the end of life or not fit for purpose. What does that mean when someone says that? Ask the tough questions and say, if we don't replace the traffic signals next year, what are the consequences of danger or failure? Look, I travelled over to the US at Christmas just on a family holiday, and here I am pleading for you not to spend money on rates rises. But you know, you look at the infrastructure in there in countries like Europe. They don't replace their pavers every 10 years. They don't replace their traffic signals. You know, they keep things going. And that's part of the beauty of some of these countries as well. So look, the ultimate question you need to ask is whether something must be done. And there needs to be some risk in decision making. And there needs to be acceptance. There'll sometimes be failures in infrastructure. We accept that. Now, Mayor, I voted for you on the basis that you would hopefully keep rates rises at inflation. I'm sure you've heard this from many of us over the next 3 years. So as far as I'm concerned, you already have a mandate to cut costs to achieve this, just like the current national government does in coalition with New Zealand First and ACT. A lot of people are complaining about what they're doing, but we knew what we were going to get when we voted for that. You know, I accept that we might not have the same level of service and we might not get our roads resurfaced for a few more years. That's okay. Because by keeping rates down, you're going to make Christchurch an affordable city where the younger generation can afford to buy and the older generation can afford to retire. Because rates are a housing affordability issue. It's not just about paying your mortgage now. You need to find another $100 a week for your rates. Thank you for listening.
No, thank you. That was very good. Thank you for coming in and seeing us. Sorry, you're still puffing, aren't you?
Oh, well, I was running. Yeah, no, to be honest, I'm a bit nervous. I haven't done this sort of thing in an environment like this
nothing
before.
To be scared of.
Yeah.
Nothing to be scared of. Thank you very much. Donald.
We brought some props today. Give me a second while I set up.
Is this your test crash dummy, is it?
No, this is Sharky. Everybody, meet Sharky. Sharky, meet everybody. I was a bit more organised. Would have opened this before. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's get in.
Sorry.
There's always one councillor, isn't there? There's always one councillor. Okay, before we get started, I'd just like to buy a couple of extra minutes because this is going to be a slightly longer presentation. Sharky, would you go and pay the mayor, please? Thank you. No, Sharky. No, we're not paying the Climate Resilience Fund. Where do you go now? Coffee? No, you're not wasting my money on coffee. No, Sharky. No, I'm not going to argue with you, Sharky. I don't like paying for arguments. You know I don't like paying for arguments. Actually, that gives me a thought. Give the money to Councillor Kewen, actually, would you? Give the money to Councillor Kewen because they're really good at holding arguments in his ward, aren't they? $8.6 million of arguments to never get a cycleway delivered. Thanks, Sharky. Okay, Sharky is going to now hand out some scissors. We've brought some treats for you today. We've brought a few props. We've got some lovely scissors for you there. Members, these are craft scissors, so they're perfectly safe. Don't let the staff be too alarmed. They're all different types. You'll find that some of them have little mountains on them, like humps. That's for cutting the pointless speed hump budget. I know Mr. Mayor will love that. Some of them are rivers for cutting out the ECAN and Environment Department work that you guys are duplicating, which I wrote in my submission about doing duplications. Thank you, Sharky. How are we going? Excellent. Okay, talking of waste, I've never seen, you've never seen Sharky, you've seen Sharky and I in here before with our paint rollers. Yes, that's why we brought the paint roller and the stick again, because you've seen us here before. $140,000 a year to water some planter boxes outside Gloucester Street. Yes, I did watch yesterday's meeting about the $2.8 million temporary project that was being talked about Sam, I agree. Council need to get the numbers right. 2.8 million temporary project. Was that the right number, Sam? No. 1.4 million, wasn't it? Yanni, I agree with the staff, with you. The staff need to present the feedback to the community before you call to make a decision. On that waste project, I would have preferred to see a rainbow crossing was painted at a fraction of the cost. And if the real reason is to get people from one side of the road to the other, and that NZTA are told to stop working with staff to just bully a position to waste more of our ratepayers' money. Sharky, you're done with the scissors. Excellent. Let's get back to the bag then. We have one last gift, and it's for Sam. Sam, as the head of the Finance and Performance Committee, we brought you a chainsaw. That's what we'd like you to do with this damn budget. We'd like you to just chop it up. Thank you. No, we're not gonna cart it around the place.
I have enough knives around here as it is.
Thank you, Sam. My rates went up by 68% last time, and you told us it was going to be 6.4%. Now you're talking about another 27.7% over the next 3 years. Look, I'm happy to pay. I am happy to pay. I will pay. But let's talk about who's really going to pay. Sharky. When I work, I travel. I use tools like the ones we just got out for Sam. I produce pollution. I burn dinosaur juice. So the more you decide to hit me with a rates bill, the harder I'm just going to work. It's not me you're really going to be hurting. It's the environment. And that, folks, is where Sharky's home is. Members, I think I've covered the key points in my written submission, and I'm happy to take any questions. However, if you'd prefer to spend the time getting a selfie with Sharky, you're welcome.
Okay, is there anyone that would like to have something to say? Tyler? No, you're all good. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Thank you very much, Don.
Yeah, but I get 2 extra minutes. I just paid Karen for it.
Okay, thanks for coming in, guys.
Oh, my 50.
Don's already donated to Cathedral.
Yeah, I'm having my $50 back. I've got to pay for my damn car parking in order to expensive car parks.
Okay, is Robbie here, please? Thank you. We'll just clear our props off the front table.
Yes, sir.
Okay, mate. Far away.
Good evening, Mayor, Chief Executive and Councillors. My name's Robbie Peacock and I've lived in Christchurch almost 15 years. In interest of full disclosure, I'm a member of staff here, but I'm making this submission in my personal capacity. I think the balance is overall about right with this LTP, the draft LTP. Not reducing levels of service or investment in infrastructure is an important thing. I support the proposed change to the city vacant differential rating to expand it to include some more commercial properties, along with the Airbnb accommodation changes. This will help to dissuade land banking and encourage revitalisation of these commercial areas. I also think a vacant land differential rate that applies to some suburban areas should be considered as part of this LTP. The housing crisis is ongoing. As of 2020, home ownership rates in NZ are the lowest they've been in about 70 years. The ratio of median house price to median income is high at 6.9, and an affordable ratio internationally is about 3. Regarding operational spending, looking after staff is important for any organisation. Staff are a core part of any services an organisation delivers and how well they are delivered. Experienced staff leaving an organisation could have a negative impact on the delivery of services. From the publicly available Working at Council staff survey, the overall score improved from 56 to 60%. Scores for questions about how ELT will implement strategy, vision, direction, and some other areas increased by about 10%. Part of the results talk about staff turnover and pressure on areas of the organisation, which I do appreciate is a factor in many organisations at the moment. Part of the results discuss bringing work done by consultants in-house, where there is the capacity and capability. And I'd just like to note that central government has also announced a focus on this recently. Regarding capital spending, as a resident, these results all look like a positive change, along with a small increase in the overall satisfaction levels in the resident survey. Regarding capital spending, focus in the consultation document on a more deliverable capital program is positive to see, along with the funding for the fully enclosed organics processing plant. There doesn't appear to be specific funding provisions for water supply fluoridation. I appreciate there are questions around central government funding for fluoridation, but from news articles and the instructions from the Ministry of Health to other councils, it's looking pretty clear that Christchurch will eventually be instructed to fluoridate. The scientific and public health consensus is pretty clear. Fluoridation is a safe and effective way to reduce tooth decay for many of the city's residents. On some proposals to reduce costs, delaying investment in a city would typically only lead to increased costs for the next generation. Some councils around the country are having issues with underinvestment in the past decades. I also just want to emphasise that councils are pretty well placed to deliver services such as community housing to help our most vulnerable residents that the central government otherwise can't help. The Climate Adaptation Fund, I also support this proposal. Climate change is happening. Extreme weather events are getting worse and worse and more common, and it will just get more expensive for the next generation if we delay it. I think the bid funding for major events should remain at its current level, just due to the cost of living crisis, essentially. The selling of the 5 council properties, provided that thorough analysis finds there's no benefit to retaining them, and that the council organisation advises we almost certainly won't use them in the future. These do sound okay. In the Oldhurst Memorial Hall, I believe there should be a provision in there so that it can't just be sold within maybe 20, 30 years, with the profits going to the Oldhurst Rural Residents Association. Selling of the red zoned properties up on some of the cliffs, I'd like to ask that all geotechnical reports of the area are provided to any prospective future buyers. We don't want to shortchange any people with nasty surprises in a couple of years when that happens. Investing in the city, its infrastructure, and the organisations all helps to pay off in the long term. We need to think beyond the short term, given the infrastructure and climate challenges facing the country and our city. Thanks for your time. Happy to take any questions in 27 seconds.
No, that's right. There's plenty of time. Has anyone got any questions? Thank you very much for coming in. Brilliant. Yeah. Thank you. Righto. Erin, please.
Now, if everybody else before said they were nervous, I'm even worse. At school, they never used to get a peep out of me, so please forgive me if I actually choke. I'm better at on the line. Really cool. Yeah. I'm here as a voice for the hundreds and hundreds of ratepayers and residents who do not want the Wheels to Wings cycleway. They don't like being held to ransom regarding other issues, like the traffic lights at Breen's Gardens Road. And I did find out that in 2019, a left in and left out option was touted with pedestrian crossings. Now it's no cycleway, no traffic lights, and no other options, even though they had been given the green light years ago. In 2010, the cycleway was discussed by Christchurch City Council, but it was decided then that because of the large volume of traffic down Harewood Road, that it was said to be impractical to reduce 2 lanes to 1. Since the earthquakes, the traffic down Harewood Road has grown exponentially because of all the new businesses at the airport and the increase of subdivisions north and south of Christchurch. Harewood Road is one of the most direct routes into the city and beyond. In 2019, it was predicted that the traffic flows down Harewood Road would decrease as traffic would go down Sawyers Arms Road and then onto Northcote. Well, this hasn't happened, and why would you if you didn't want to go into a northeasterly direction? Money was spent on an underpass on Waimairi Road, which can also be accessed from Sawyers Arms Road as well as Harewood. It doesn't have to just be Harewood Road. I can't afford a big rates increase, just as some fancy pants idea that can be put into place like the wheels to wings. Money should be spent on roads, water systems, Orana Park and the Arts Centre, to name a few. I went to a lot of the meetings in Bishopdale, Read the Cycleway. At one of the meetings, a contractor had priced out the works needed and he'd come to the price of 27 million. But that was 2 years ago, so that cost has to be close to 30 million now or more. How can you justify that cost on a cycleway that is not wanted by the majority of Harewood Bishopdale residents? But is the City Council listening? We really don't know. We have 3 primary schools, Bishopdale, Isleworth and Cotswood, 2 intermediates, Casebrook and Breens, and 1 high school, Burnside. None of these schools cross over Harewood Road. So, St Margaret's, St Bede's and Papanui High would greatly be assisted if they need to cross over with a pedestrian crossing down the far end of Harewood Road. But using children biking to school as a reason for the wheels to wing cycleway doesn't fly at all, as it's a useless point of view in this case. On Harewood Road we have 4 churches, a Canterbury Charity Hospital, 6 aged care facilities, 2 shopping malls, Bishopdale and Parkside, 5 other shopping zones, Trafford Street shops, Harris Crescent Dairy, Copenhagen Bakery, a fruit and veggie shop and Megamite 10, plus 2 sports parks, 2 service stations, a doctor's room and a dentist, plus on a daily basis buses and emergency vehicles. A lot of those mentioned are on the dual part of the Harewood Road, which were constructed in the 1950s, 60s, henceforth why they put most of the facilities in that part. We have had roadworks on Harewood Road for over a month, and oh my God, if anything should be a red flag for the council, this is it. I can't think of a better demonstration for the daily chaos it would cause if the wheels to wings would go ahead. Traffic backed up past the Elephant Park through to Greers Road several times a day, and I'm at home working, so I see this traffic, and I'm on Harewood Road. Surely the council can't think that such traffic congestion is okay. I read that the council was concerned about the increase in car emissions, but don't you realise that stalling traffic so that the cars are idling increases emissions? So it's not the cars but the council that is responsible for the increase, and it would be forever if the wheels to wings goes ahead on such a busy road. We live in a democratic society, so how does the small amount of cyclists using Harewood Road have the ability to rule out the majority? I don't know what else to say to convince you to scrub wheels to wings cycleway other than it's a huge mistake and it's not wanted, and as a ratepayer I would prefer my money spent on more important things, as I've previously mentioned. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Jake?
Oh, look at that.
Oh, you've done well. You've done well. Like
Very
a pro.
good.
Hey, just a quick thought. Did you think, Erin, that maybe if we add cycle provision to Harewood Road, that might ease congestion by allowing people to bike down it instead of having to drive down it?
No, because where are they biking to?
Well,
I heard a thing that something like thousands were going to go to work at the airport. You're joking me. Most of those businesses that are at the airport are all there since the earthquake, and they've come from all around the city. So those people who work there live all around the city. They're not going to bike. They are not biking. I sit there and I did a tally when it was important. I sat on my patio for the whole day and counted 28 cyclists coming down Harewood Road. Now that is ridiculous. So you are going to spend close to $30 million, and even if that increased tenfold, 280, the figures just don't fly. Use the money for something else that's important.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you very much. Okay. Right, ho. Thomas, please.
Good evening.
How are you?
You must be knackered by now. I'm going to take you on a little journey. Imagine you're sitting in an airplane en route to a well-deserved holiday in the sun. You're enjoying the complimentary drinks and fumble with the personal infotainment system in front of you when the captain makes an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, we experiencing serious technical difficulties and we will not reach our destination or any alternative airport. This is an unfortunate event, but also a good opportunity to ask you to participate in the survey and tell us if the airline shall keep the level of in-flight services or if you would prefer the airline to spend more money on better technical maintenance of its planes. This scenario is, of course, sarcastic. Passengers have boarded the plane assuming it was safe to fly because the airline's policy and the regulatory environment mandates high technical service standards for planes, and passengers, consumers, should not be confronted with a decision between frills or safety. But back to the draft LTP. The Council decided not to cut the core services it delivers. Almost the entire budget of $10.6 billion over 10 years is dedicated to maintaining these core services, and a mere 3% of the budget is directed towards projects that have direct impact on climate change mitigation. Within the LTP period falls the first emission target the Council has set itself to halve emission by 2030 compared with 2016-17 levels. Allocating only 3% of the budget to climate change mitigation, does that mean we are on track to meet the Council's 2030 target? Well, Christchurch's 2022-23 greenhouse gas emission inventory tells a different story. We are on halfway mark between 2016-17 and 2019-30. We should now emit about 25% less than 2016, but Christchurch emissions have not changed significantly since 2016. The LTP consultation document makes an ominous statement. Even with a level of direct and indirect investment, it will still be unlikely that we will reach our emission reduction targets as a council or as a city. The CCC website states climate change is the biggest challenge of our time. And over the last years, Council has released emission reduction targets and related policies like sustainability policy, resilience policy, biodiversity strategy, etc. They all should ensure that the city does its bit to stay within survivable limits for climate disruption. The LTP is all about implementation. And in the LTP documentation, there is no apparent link between the money and effort that is going to be spent over the next 10 years and the various policy objectives. In some cases, it might be very difficult to quantify policy objectives, but this is certainly not the case with greenhouse gas emissions. The proposed LTP fails to address the biggest challenge of our times. It fails to document by how much greenhouse gas emissions will be reduced by the activities detailed in the LTP. What is the purpose of planning and budgeting, for instance, for world-class facilities, when we do not reach our destination, a survivable climate? Christchurch's LTP for the next 10 years must reflect and document the transition to a low-carbon economy. It must reflect the commitment to fulfill our local, national, and international obligations. That's me.
I was expecting a lot more.
Fair enough.
No, thank you very much for going to the effort. That's very good. Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you. I was interested in your comment that council does not seem to support the introduction of more EVs. There's no mention of supporting or mandating charging stations. I was really interested what led you to make that point in your submission.
So can you repeat that, Council?
So you had a comment in here that council does not seem to support the introduction of more EVs, and there's no mention of supporting mandating charging stations. And I was just interested what your reason was for putting that comment into your submission.
Well, this was just one example that when we radically have to change transport and other emission sources, then you would expect that there is a lot of policy around how we can do that in the LTP, and I couldn't find that. But I think you're all familiar with the district plan and with the overlays the district plan has. And wouldn't it be nice if we have similar overlays in the LTP where we see this money is spent for outcomes? That is much more complicated, but just imagine the outcomes in the LTP document are all what I call desiderata. They're wonderful high-level things, but they are not quantified in that respect that we can say after 3 years or 5 years, oh, we have to change tack because we're spending a lot, we're spending money, but we're not getting results. And we need to quantify that much more than it's currently in the LTP. And that's also what's in the Local Government Act. The Government Act clearly says resources, money, and outcomes. But the outcomes, that level doesn't match with the resources.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. Laurie, please. 7:30. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for allowing me to come and talk. It's a bit daunting sitting here. Not what I'm used to. So I want to talk to you about the affordability of the draft plan and the danger in the council's operation being run on a deficit budget. The debt currently is about $2 billion, and in 10 years you intend to grow this to about $3 billion. And it appears that the debt is never repaid, it just gets bigger. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I can't see from my brief look at your plan where you intend to pay back. Like if we look at $2 billion now, over 30 years, we've got to pay back $68 million a year to repay that debt. So, I think it'd be pretty safe to say that there wouldn't be anyone in this room who would run their household or business on a deficit budget where the debt gets bigger every year. That's a path to insolvency and ruin. And so really, why should a council be any different to you or I in how they run their affairs? Expenditure and borrowings must align to income. As the council debt increases more and more, and consequently our rates increase, then there will come a time where we just can't afford to pay the rates. We don't have bottomless bank accounts. And that time might be coming pretty soon. Banks are already reporting that there is an increased number of people, paying late on their mortgages. And that's pretty serious, isn't it? And like New Zealand councils are also experiencing debt and repayment problems. The Dunedin City Council, for instance, cited debt as their reason for wanting to sell off Aurora Energy. In 2012, I bought my 3-bedroom home, just a modest home, and my quarterly rate demand was $360. So that equates to $28 a week that I had to put aside for my rates. In 13 days' time, I've got to pay just under $900 for my rates for a quarter. And so I'm putting aside $68 a week now to pay my rates. In 10 years' time, according to your projected rate increases, my rate bill for a quarter is going to be $1,400, just under that. And so I'm going to have to put aside $110 a week to pay my rates. Otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble. What about the ratepayers who are retired or on fixed incomes or low incomes? Young people, people with families, how are they going to afford to pay their rates if they own a home when it goes up 60% over the next 10 years, along with all the other costs? Or will they be forced to sell their home? And how does that saying go? It's going at the moment, they will own nothing and be really unhappy. It's scary. And like, I appreciate that your job as councillors is damn tough in this environment where you've got increased costs, you've got people wanting more and more, the people of Christchurch, and you've got people saying, I can't afford it, like the lady, two talk speakers before me. You know, we don't have bottomless pits. On 14th of January this year, the Guardian newspaper ran an article, this is in England, called One by One England's councils are going bankrupt, and nobody in Westminster wants to talk about it. And it talked about the Birmingham Council who filed a section 114 notice, and that is a notice that covers insolvent local councils, local bodies, because they were in deep financial trouble. And the article went on to say nearly 1 in 5 councils in the UK, the leaders of those councils now say they're likely to declare bankruptcy in the next 15 months. And today I just did a Google search. The Times in the UK published an article headed Warnings of More Council Bankruptcies as Debt Doubles. And I didn't read the whole article, but the brief précis underneath said since 2010, council's debt has nearly doubled to £119 billion in the UK. And that's frightening. Council's going broke, the debt just going through the roof and obviously unmanageable. And like, I wonder where the city council is in this. You know, there has been talk in the past of the council selling off some of your assets, your money-making assets. So I take it from that there are issues there in terms of debt, repayment, and affordability. And so, as I say, you've got a tough call to make. You've got a tough job to do.
We certainly have.
Yeah, and you know, and I take my hat off to you. You stood up, and you're taking on this position. So I feel for you, but I also feel for the people of Christchurch, because in essence, we are your slaves.
Thank you.
You've got your, you know, you tell us how much you're going to spend. You have your enforcers in blue uniforms and white wigs. We have no one. And so I think that's a really, you know, when you're in a position of managing other people's money, and I'm probably blowing my time.
A wee bit.
Beg your pardon.
No.
Can I just finish my sentence, or?
No, that was actually very informative from your point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good on you. Okay, Food Resilience Network. Murray, please. Hello.
All right, kia ora koutou. I'm Murray James. Beside me is Sarah Butterfield. And with Hayley Guletta and David Watson, we are the volunteer office holders of the Food Resilience Network. Some chronological snapshots of our project and site will screen as I speak to our submission. I'd like to say we fully endorse the priorities and outcomes described in the introduction to the LTP. From our perspective, the flavour is spot on, and if council elected members and staff can live up to them in the daily do, Christchurch will be a better place for it. And Christchurch City Council will become an enabling organisation rather than an obstacle to overcome. which can only be fabulous for everyone. The long-term plan budget, we're concerned it has slashed grant fund support for community volunteer organisations as a whole. We contend that that part of the budget should be increased. The decision to cut funding, we believe, ignores the massive multiplier effect where small sums of support result in huge economic and social benefits to the city when that sum is combined with other grant fund sources, external to council, and volunteer time. This only happens when funding is applied with good quality support and coordination, and that doesn't come for free. The FRN's Otakaro Orchard project, which you're seeing on the screen, is a real-life example of volunteer community value add. We are nearing the completion of a circa $2.5 million build with current construction cash expenditure on our books of $1.2 million. So the balance has been made up of in-kind support and volunteer contributions to this project, which have been massive. Please rethink funding cuts for community grants. The city simply does not get the same multiplier effect or bang for buck from spending on commercial contracts. It's at best dollar for dollar, often with compliance and other costs considerably less than that. We do think, however, that the process of awarding grants could do with some work. That's all we'll say about that. The FRN is not here today seeking a handout. We would, however, like a hand up. We're asking councillors and staff to grant an additional loan advance to the FRN, somewhere around $300,000, to enable the completion and activation of the Otakaro Orchard project. We need the funds now so that we can get it done, get the doors open to the Otakaro Orchard Cafe and Food Resilience Education Hub. We'd like to be open for spring in 2024, and from that point, start earning our keep. In support of this, we've got pretty solid financial forecasts that indicate profitability within 12 months, the clear ability to service and repay the requested loan advance, and longer term, we see the ability to accumulate funds not just to remove ourselves from the grant funding trough, but also to accumulate funds so that we ourselves can fund other projects and organisations that share similar kaupapa. A business case in support of this has been provided to staff earlier this week, and we hope it will be considered seriously. We implore Council to enable the FRN to finish and activate the orchard. To do so by a loan will not impact on the LTP budget, will deliver, based on our draft economic benefit assessment, something like $20 million of value add activity to the city. What other project can deliver that? And when done, the north frame is finished and alive. That's a pretty big win for the city and for the council, for the budget-friendly sum of $300K by way of an advance. Tēnā koutou katoa, that's us. Any questions?
Yes, we have two. Tyler, please. That for you, mate.
Kia ora. Thanks for coming in. Sorry, I'm on Zoom. I'm up. Might not be able to see me on the screen. I just wanted to clarify. So you're saying that you provide $20 million worth of social or volunteer return in exchange for a $300K loan to be able to finish the Otakaro Orchard. Am I right in hearing that?
That's correct.
And did I hear you say also that you won't be looking for future funding if this was granted?
That's our plan. It's always been our conceptual strategy to, basically when we're open, we have certain commercial offerings. We also don't pay rent. And we believe that the income that will be generated from our commercial offerings, as well as not so commercial offerings, but with an income stream to people in the network around education, that we will be able to accumulate funds which will in time enable us to not need contestable grant funding or grant funding of any sort. That's our aim. We also believe, given our financial forecasts, that we will end up with accumulated reserves and be able to offer a similar sort of grant fund to organisations up and down our network.
Cool. Thanks for your mahi. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I had Sam, but I'll just say that I applaud you coming in and asking it. But am I right in saying, did we give you $250,000 about, I'll say, a year ago?
Yes, you did. I don't know whether it was 250. I don't know the number
Say
exactly.
200. How's that? So, but I because I had the same story then. I'm not trying to be awful. I'm just saying. Is this the last bit?
We certainly hope so. Look, last time we underestimated certain costs, look, the construction industry is fairly well known that costs have increased dramatically. We also had an amendment to building consent, which added a number of additional costs. We also added at the same time a bunch of service offerings or sustainability features that were originally hacked out of the budget, which started at $2.3 or $4 million in 2019. We haven't spent anywhere near that. We've actual construction costs are about 1.2 currently. So we've got a robust forecast that shows within-kind contributions around about 300,000 left to spend to complete the structure, the building, line it inside, and establish the cafe so that it's ready to go.
Oh no, I've been around there, and it's incredible, and the amount of work that's gone into it, and it's not a standard sort of building.
No,
it comes with its own issues. So fully applaud what you're doing. So thank you very much for coming in and explaining that to us. Thank
Kia
you.
ora. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, Marie, please.
Kia ora koutou. First of all, declaration that I am a council staff member in the Community Support Partnerships and Governance team. I'm here to speak about one aspect of my submission, and unfortunately it's one that I have spoken to you about previously 3 times again, and that's about pedestrian safety in Phillipstown, particularly in Ferry Road. It's a bit sad that I'm here for the 4th time, but there is a concern for safety on the stretch of Ferry Road between Bordersley Street and Wilson's Road. Show you here again, I'm showing this again. This is the aftermath, report of an aftermath of a fatal crash where a elderly pedestrian was killed trying to cross this stretch of Ferry Road. There are issues here trying to cross the road. On both sides, there's quite a few businesses. There's the very popular Bronski's, the Buns Bakery. There's 2 pharmacies, a medical centre, car yards, a whole load of different reasons why people are crossing. And just in the background there, you might be able to see a social housing complex. And vehicle ownership is quite low in this area, so a lot of people are walking around the place. So there are issues crossing the road, particularly for people with mobility scooters, prams, and wheelchairs. And I'll show you here. This is a photo that I took of somebody in a wheelchair attempting to cross Ferry Road there, and you'll see there's a car coming up and behind, and that car stopped for that person to cross. That's the only way that person could cross the road. Show you the photo again as they're trying to get into the small pedestrian refuge there in the median strip. And the median strips that are there aren't there for pedestrians. They are there to stop cars turning right into various streets off Ferry Road. You might be able to see there at the bottom there the condition of the footpath that wheelchair user had to try and negotiate even to get off the footpath. There's a close-up of it. So it's not just the ability to cross, but it's also cleaning up the cracked footpaths. This is an area where the cars share the footpath so that they can actually legally park on the footpath. So pedestrians are sharing the footpath with vehicles, but also with cyclists who don't like cycling down Ferry Road, so they cycle down the footpath as well. And just another indication there of the Crackney. This is one of our major roads and has a lot of traffic, so really we're just asking you to please have a look. I know it's in the active transport plan for this coming up for this year. Please don't defer it another year. It's already been deferred twice. We just can't have it deferred again. We don't want to have any more deaths. One death is one death too much. We deserve better. Safety shouldn't be a nice to have, but it should be a must to have. And we've been waiting too long to have this fixed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions? Jake, please.
Just a comment, being a local councillor for the area. Thanks again. Sorry again. It has taken too long. As you've correctly pointed out, it is in the current year budget. This was moved to allow a lot of the surf works to happen. That's now no longer happening in the majority of cases. So I'm expecting there are no obstacles left to this work happening. But we'll make a note of it and get transport to give us a bit more of a more definite time frame about when work will start.
Thank you. And Erin, please.
Yeah, going by Erin Andrews' submission just before, the people of Harewood are more than happy to give money from Wheels to Wings and the staff that were due to work on that this year over to do this on Ferry Road.
We'll generously decline the offer.
Thank you very much for coming in. I'm sorry for the fourth time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny, please. Hello.
Which mic? Do I just talk in the middle? Okay. I don't have a fancy PowerPoint. Right, time started. Tēnā koutou katoa. He mihi tēnei ki te mana whenua o tēnei takiwa, ko Jenny Bond take wingoa. Hei kai te aki mō te tuna taonei take mahi, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. So kia ora. I'd just like to acknowledge and give thanks to those that have mana whenua for this area. My name's Jenny Bond and I'm the guardian of the Te Tuna Taonei Action Learning Program, which is where Akuna students take their action to protect our waterways out to their wider community. Sorry, it's a bit distracting. The aim of Te Tuna Taonei first is that our longfin tuna first survive and then thrive, ultimately so that we get Mahinga Kai back into our city rivers. The Sustainability Fund over the last 6 years has kindly funded this project, anywhere between 13 to 85% of the financial cost of this project. If you zero out this fund, it will make the Sustainability Fund as part of your community grants project will make it almost impossible for this project to continue. I've been to Environment Canterbury this morning. They're planning to also reduce their funding and I've appealed to them to not reduce it but to increase it. What I want to talk to you about is the leverage, and I'm sure other community groups before me and directly after me will bring this also to your attention. That when you zero this community grants fund, you zero the leverage that this program and other programs deliver. The hours that I've put into my submission to you that talk about the 700 hours for me and 500 hours for mana whenua, and then the hours that those generate, do not include the hours and the benefit that comes from the actions that everyone can do every day to improve their waterways. That's when Akuna students deliver their pamphlets about awa and stormwater to their community. 2,000 pamphlets delivered to the Halswell community, 400 to the Papanui community, 400 to the Riccarton-Waimairi-Harewood community. Pamphlets designed by the students with my assistance, not all anatomically correct, but factually accurate, to their local community. It doesn't also include the talk that students deliver at their school fairs. Rudolf Steiner, they're talking about the Opawaho and the stormwater. It doesn't include the videos that they create and then win Digi awards about the Opawaho St. Martin's School. It doesn't also include when they take the Stormwater Superhero trailer out to public places and speak to strangers about stormwater, tuna and awa, and pioneer at Halswell New World and at Te Hapua. So I ask you to seriously reconsider your plan to zero out the Sustainability Fund. For when you zero out that Sustainability Fund, you not only zero out projects like these, which I haven't been part of for the whole 6 years, but other people have, you also zero out the leverage that these projects deliver to their wider community by them. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Okay, brilliant. Melanie, please.
Did you come to the Waihora Spraden Cashmere Community Board with Beckenham School? Was it?
Not Beckenham, but I have worked with Beckenham School. They do similar work. I came with St. Martin's School.
To our board, wasn't it?
Yep, and then they came to you asking for
signs.
permission to put up a sign. They then won money from the Aoraki Conservation Board and fundraised. They've got about $2,000 to put up an interpretation panel that educates people about what a healthy awa looks like and what stormwater is. Because I find that 90% of people I talk to under the age of 60 don't understand that stormwater doesn't go to your wastewater treatment plant for cleaning. They think because it goes into a pipe that you, the council, whether it be regional council, city council or the government, clean it before it goes into the awa and the moana because it's so gross.
Tyrone.
Kia ora, Jenny. As someone who you may or may not recall, I've personed the Stormwater Superhero trailer with you, and it's probably just worth just saying, I mean, what's the level of community kind of engagement that you get with the Stormwater Superhero trailer, you know, and doing that sort of community outreach, because it seems pretty phenomenal.
Yep, it is. It's we go out to have behaviour change conversations with people. We're not there to stand out and hand out brochures. So when the school was the first group to take it to a public place, Halswell. They took it to New World, and Farmer George, because he is off a farm, said, we need a quiz, Jenny, so we can give people out prizes so they get rewarded when they talk to us. So he came up with a quiz. So it's a hard adult that turns down a student when they say, can you talk to me about my project? They then followed that up with, we'll give you a chocolate fish if you can answer some questions about stormwater correctly. So I think we spoke to, out of 123 adults in those couple of hours on a rainy day, we spoke to 100. So they're not there standing and handing out brochures, they're actually engaging ka nohi ki te ka nohi face to face.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cool, kia ora.
Okay, so now we've got to the last one of the day, which is Hayley, and she's got 10 minutes.
Cool. Kia ora koutou, evening, you've had a long day, so I'm going to be super...
No, you're right, carry on.
Thanks for letting everybody...
You don't have to bring a tent.
So anyway, I'm going to crack on with it. So the Avon-Otakaro network. Oh, what ones do I push? Down? Green is on. Cool. Can you hear me if I stand? Cool. So the Avon-Otakaro network, I'll just give you a quick rundown because it kind of leads into what I'm saying. So we started in 2011 after the red zoning of all of the people around the Otakaro River corridor. And there was a great desire not to rebuild on that land. So the idea of an Avon Park, River Park came about. Off the back of that idea, the Avon-Otakaro network started, and we set about taking that petition from Rapaki through the estuary, up the river, to the council chambers. It went on a plane to Wellington, and it got handed to the MP at the time, which was Lyon. So that set in place, kicked off the regen legislation, which gave us all those years of consultation, which is great because now we don't have to do any more. And then in 2020, it all came to an end. We celebrated that by bringing the petition back up the river. Poto Williams brought it in here and handed it in a beautiful circle back to Leanne as the mayor at the time. So
In 2022, the co-governance got underway. So you would have thought, job done, Avon-Otakaro network. Yes, awesome. But no. The river during that time was used as a toilet, and it's in a really, really terrible state. So we decided as an organisation that we're going to stick around, and do a bit more work. So if you don't mind, I'm going to bring up a few of my friends. I'm not going to talk about all of the things that we do. You can read them while I'm talking, but I'd like to introduce you to a few people. So this is Patrick. Patrick is one driveway away from the red zone. Patrick still has not had his earthquake repairs. Patrick, throughout the whole consultation period, was for the community, talking for the community, speaking for the community to ensure the community voice ended up in the regen plan. Patrick is also the security guard for most of Dallington, and if he's not doing that, you'll find Patrick in the river in his waders pulling out rubbish. Sarah. Sarah hasn't got any rubbish.
Snoozed and loosed.
Sarah has been on the Avon committee since it started. Over all those years, Sarah has had multiple jobs. Chairperson is one of them. Most recently, she's been our secretary-treasurer, and I could not do my job without Sarah. Sarah is also kaitiaki of the Anzac Drive planting site, and if you haven't been there, you need to. It's amazing. Sam. Sam is a bit of a South Shore legend. Got to get that right. Throughout a really tumultuous time in New Brighton and South Shore, Sam was galvanising her community, bringing people together, doing things like the Commons and Stitch-O-Mat, no, it's not Commons, Common, Stitch-O-Mat, and doing absolutely wonderful things for her community as a volunteer. Jordan. Phil, you know Jordan. Jordan's
Certainly
a persistent little bugger. Jordan's the youth representative on our committee. Jordan set up his community garden in Avondale in 2012, and he's still going strong, and it's looking fabulous at the moment. We won't talk about the water. And I'd like to introduce you to Kate. This is Kate. Kate owns WOW. WOW is without waste. Kate loves rubbish. Any kind of rubbish, she loves rubbish. She's a rubbish weirdo. She loves sorting rubbish. She loves diverting rubbish from the waste stream. Kate has been amazing in delivering this in-river project for us. Kate has got all of the data, collects all the rubbish, sorts it, weighs it, puts it in a spreadsheet, diverts it from the waste stream, and helps us get an understanding of what is it we're dealing with here. Are we dealing with old rubbish? Because we are. And where the rubbish is coming from, so we can start giving you and the staff and ECAN information back as to how we deal with this rubbish. And last but not least, I want to introduce you to Daryl. Daryl is our boat guy. Daryl's a keen kayaker, and Daryl was in the river a lot and saw the rubbish and wanted to do something about it. So Daryl came to the City Council and kind of got told, yeah, I don't know. So he went to ECAN and got told, well, I don't know how we can help you. So he came to us and I went, no worries, I can help you with that. I know some people in those buildings. So I came to the council and I got told it's ECAN's problem. And ECAN told me it was the council's problem. So I'm like, well, actually, it's everybody's problem and we all need to do something about it. So this kicked off our in-river project. So you can see today, this is drop number 31. This is what Daryl will get in one drop session. So far, in 15 months, we've picked out 6.5 tonnes of rubbish. We have gone about 130 cones, a few trolleys, quite a few lime scooters, and 2 dildos. I kid you not. So it's been a really amazing project. So I want to get to my point. My point is that in organisations like Avon-Otakaro Network, there's people like this. These are people that are working with us together to get these jobs done. So I thought, how am I going to show you this in a way that makes sense for some of you money people in the room? I wanted to go, so I got our audited accounts from 2023 and I calculated the return. So for every $3 that you gave us in that financial year, we went away and got another $18 of funding from somebody else. We then turned that money into another $40 of volunteer hours, in kind, and all the other things that we do with wonderful people like this, which gives you a return of $61. So I'm asking you today, is it worth dropping the Sustainability and Innovation Fund, the Parks Partnership Fund, the Community Waterways Fund, the Biodiversity Fund, for these kind of returns. Will you get this return from a gate that's the same value as a sustainability fund? I'm asking that today.
Thank
Questions?
you. That's
And this is the rubbish. I did that.
Yeah,
right,
thank
yeah.
you. Okay, now you've got you 10 minutes. You're right. Any questions, please? Surely there is. Timothy, and then Jan.
Have you tried to sell back the cones? Because one of the complaints I got when I used to do events, all the traffic guys would be sitting going, "Oh, geez, the cost of cones." And you got 130 of them, like $20 or $30 each. It's
Yep. So we've organised all the cones, and we've gone to all of the big, so Isaac's and everyone, and said, sponsor our boat, and we're getting some success with that. So hopefully we'll be able to get some sponsorship from the cones. And Isaac's are actually going to take all the cones, and they have a cone amnesty barbecue and swap cones. Be good.
Cool.
It's worth noting they're not all in the best state.
about to say, they're not looking too flash.
They may have been in there for a very long time, and they're very dirty and cracked, and some of them are okay, but yeah, definitely needs a good wash. Maybe some repairs.
Yanni, please.
I mean, in a similar vein, previous advice to council was that they didn't want to be heavy-handed on the people that owned the shopping trolleys. They thought it would be unfair to have any regulation to control them. You've obviously found some in the waterway. Do you think council should also have a focus on preventing litter from actually getting into the waterways through looking at regulation?
So part of, sorry, I have so much to say, but I've forgotten to say it, but a part of this, and the same with Jenny, who does a fantastic job, by the way, we use the stormwater superhero trailer a lot to teach. So part of this project was around us getting enough visual stuff so that we could help make the connection between the stormwater system and the rubbish that we're seeing. And a lot of what Kate and I do is we go to school groups and we actually get them to meet the boat. They take the rubbish off the boat and they do the sort with us so that they can start making that connection. So behaviour change comms is really important. Yes. Did that answer your question?
That's good.
Yep.
No, but that's okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Hayley. Currently, you're on the Otakaro Avon River Corridor Co-Governance Establishment Committee. How important is it for you to continue the work that you're doing and represent these people and your groups in the ongoing entity that will administer the corridor?
Tough question.
Yeah.
So I think it's really important that there's a person at this stage in the setup phase of the next committee to have a voice that is from the community that also understands the history, whether that's me or somebody else. I think it's really important that we do have that person, and perhaps it's not an elected member, it's actually someone who understands the stakeholders in the journey. So yeah, that's my opinion, is I'd be happy if it was somebody else, as long as that skill set and IP was part of it. Yeah, does that answer the question? Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very, very much for your well-spirited presentation, and it's good to see all your helpers, assistants, partners, everything. Good to see you too, Dawn.
Thanks for the time.
Okie dokie. I will now adjourn the meeting until 1:30 tomorrow, when we can do it all again.